The link for the attendance in the morning session is now available on the chat box. So please do not miss to sign in for your attendance. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. From the fun-filled and information-loaded webinar yesterday, I believe that our cups are again ready to be filled. And so I welcome you all to the day 2 of this training workshop. And so Okay, so before we enjoy another day of learning, allow me to thank you all for your active participation and for dedicating your time to listen and to learn from our 2 equally competent speakers yesterday. Shout out to Professor Hilaria Barsabal and Dr. Josephine Joy Lorica. Thank you so much, madams, for sharing your expertise and knowledge with us. And of course, I hope you give the same level of excitement, interest, and participation in today's session. I encourage you, dear participants, to send your questions to any of our committee members, or you can send your questions in the chat box here in Zoom and in the comment section on YouTube. Rest assured that your questions will be read after each presentation. And so today, we bring you 2 of the most in-demand and brilliant researchers in the College of Allied Health Sciences. And without much ado, join me in welcoming in the virtual stage our first speaker for today. He finished his Bachelor of Arts in Social Science, major in Social Anthropology, and minor in Philosophy, and Master of Arts in Education, major in Social Studies. He earned his Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Cosmic Anthropology and was awarded with highest distinction. Being a researcher himself, he has presented papers in the national and international fora. As an active member of the Philosophical Association of the Philippines and Philippine Sociological Society, he engages in studies along sociology of religion, college readiness, and gender and sexuality. He also authored and co-authored research articles on qualitative phenomenological inquiry, which were published in international refereed journals. Currently, he is the project leader of COVID-19 research funded by the Department of Health in Region 2. He is Dr. J. Emmanuel Al Asuncion. May we give him a virtual round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Pauline, Ma'am Pauline. Thank you for that very generous introduction. And so, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So let me share my screen. And actually, honestly, I'm a little bit apprehensive to speak today regarding the caliber of speakers we have for the previous session. But actually, I hope I can also equally give and share my knowledge regarding this topic. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So actually, my topic is writing the result and discussion in qualitative study. But Ma'am Jinky also asked me to discuss the how to analyze data using the qualitative analysis, because of course we cannot write our result and discuss and have our discussion if we fail to do our data analysis, which is very integral and significant for qualitative researchers. So since our topic, our main topic then is on a journey of researchers, first I would like also to share some experiences, my personal experiences and challenges I had faced doing my research and how I started doing research in the academe. Okay, I believe that now I will be giving a disclaimer that actually, and I'm a bit apprehensive too because I'm not that an expert of this field, I believe, but I'm a co-learner and also a seeker of knowledge. And I gained my knowledge through my academic training, academic training, mentorship, and collaboration, and especially partnership with other with other researchers um, outside the academe, outside our university, and other parts uh, and other universities. So, and I would like to emphasize the importance of partnership. Um, so ito na, I will just share some experience that I had. So I started doing research when I wrote my dissertation and empirical research, and I never published anything during that time, and that was 2018, 2019. And then a friend of mine, because of the NBC, yun, what I focused before was in table tennis. Kaya ang alam ng iba, table tennis, human kinetics instructor ako. So they thought that my field of specialization is in table tennis sa human kinetics nga. And a friend of mine asked me, this is Dr. Becaldo, sabi niya, oh, bro, saan ka pumunta sa promotion mo? Sabi niya. So, ako naman, bro, sa instructor 3, pero mababawasan pa ata instructor 2. Bro, anong ginagawa mo? Sabi niya, what are you doing? Sabi niya. Think of a topic. What's your field of specialization, and let's make a research. And that's how I started now doing a research. That's why we came up with the research article from writing, presenting research articles. So the lived experiences of researchers in the Philippines, in state universities. So yun yung una naming research article. And when we wrote the paper, and then yun, tapos na, na plagiarism check, wala pala tayong plagiarism checker sa university. So we asked the help of some friends in other universities para i-turnitin yung aming research paper. Tapos, we send it to journals, and then it was peer-reviewed. And then for 2 consecutive times, it was rejected. Okay. Then, dun na yung realization namin. Si Dr. Becaldo, sabi niya, Jay, tama ba ginagawa natin? Sabi niya, tama ba ginagawa natin? But then, sabi ko naman, bro, okay naman yung methodology, yun naman ang alam ko. And then, we sought now the help of an experienced researchers. Then we collaborated with someone from Walailak University in Thailand. Then he read the script, sabi niya, this is publishable. But then, ang bilis niya, pagka nabasa niya yung manuscript namin, so he made some edition, and then comments, and then we send it again, then it was already published in both Scopus and Web of Science Index Journal. So, what I want to stress here is that we learn from doing. Okay, nobody is an expert. Okay, but we learn from doing. We learn from our experience, and partnership is very important. You need someone when you do research. You need someone whom you can share your ideas, that you can trust, and you will be confident in sharing your ideas. This is partnership. And then, of course, now along my way, that was during my then I graduated and then I finished my PhD then, and yun din na-publish na din yung paper. And then the CHED naman, ito yung sa CHED, yung college readiness, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Tony, our team leader, invited me as one of the members of the team. Then, what happened? Akala ko naman marunong na ako during that time. All I thought, okay na, marunong ako. But I was deconstructed, literally deconstructed when working with these people and doing now a funded research. Ibang-iba. So what happened is that, so I started writing, Jay, try mo naman to, isulat mo. And then I was writing and then, syempre papacheck namin kay Doc Tony and then Doc Tony would say, Jay, cheeky, Doc Jay, cheeky. So I realized that time na there are a lot of things to be learned. Okay, and I need to learn more. And so that time, and from my experience, and I'm very grateful to the mentorship of those people, si Doc Tony, and after naman yung CHED, we have Dr. Julius naman dito sa DOH, and mentorship is very important in doing research, that we need the guidance of our, of the people who are already established in the field, okay? So, and because of this, so I'm growing as a researcher, and I hope I can, and I hope then that yun nga yung I could publish a lot and be cited also, that my works would be cited, and I can also I can establish establish something in this my field, particularly in qualitative research. Okay, so now this is my topic. So from writing, how to write results and discussion, but I would like to emphasize doing how to analyze qualitative data analysis. So first, I will give a background of what is a qualitative research from Denzin and Lincoln. Qualitative research is multi-method in focus. I will just read this, involving an interpretative, naturalistic approach to its subject matter. This means that qualitative researchers study things in their natural settings, attempting to make sense of or interpret phenomena in terms of the meanings people bring to them. Qualitative involves the studied use and collection of a variety of empirical materials. So these are some methodologies: case study, personal experiences, introspective life story. So these are some methodologies in qualitative research. But the focus of qualitative research is to give meanings, to elucidate the meanings of the different phenomena. Since social reality has a lot of layers and of meanings, so we need to elucidate these meanings. According to Gertz, social reality is like a web. So there are intricates of web-like relationship, and we need now to elucidate these meanings. We need to, so qualitative research is giving a thick and deep description and looking into deeper meanings of social reality. So qualitative research has been an emerging trend in the social sciences. Actually, it tried to mimic the methodology of the natural sciences. However, it ended up reacting to the positivistic paradigm of the natural sciences. It emphasizes the social nature of human beings, structures of the society, and different processes along structure and the role of actors, either maintaining the status quo or transforming it. In a state university in the Philippines, so there is a lack of representation of qualitative researchers, especially during in-house, and there's also a lack of enabling structure that would capacitate them. So this is one of the findings of our study that we had, yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, yung first paper that we published in an international journal, that during in-house reviews, there's lack of representation of qualitative researchers and even panels sa mga qualitative researchers. So hence now, we need to be capacitated, and there's also lack of enabling structure. Example nga what I mentioned, mentorship, mentoring, and yung mga material resources then, so that would help them to enhance their knowledge and expertise in the field. Okay? So ito yung kulang natin. And from my personal experience then, it's really hard to start. But I'm just grateful with the people who helped me around. It just happened that I've been with the right group, so they helped me to yan, to improve my craft. So let me present some important terms that we need to know and we need to learn when we do a qualitative study. So self-reflexivity. It refers to the careful consideration of the ways in which researchers' past experiences, points of view, and roles impact these same researchers' interactions with and interpretations of the research scene. So self-reflexivity refers to the positionality of the researcher, where he is or she is coming from. Example, his gender, his his work, be it in the academe or an activist. So it is important to know that the readers of your work would know why did you come up with such interpretation. Gone were the days where since qualitative research is interpretative, so the researcher must firsthand present his or her itong self-reflexivity, where he or she is coming from. Okay, so when writing your paper, so it can be it is good to say that I am an academic researcher. So ito yung positionality mo. Unlike in before, hindi ito pwede because you need to distance yourself dati. But in quantitative, but in qualitative, you need to present where you are coming from, your positionality, and this is self-reflexivity. Okay, that's the first term. The second term is context. Qualitative research is about immersing oneself in a scene and trying to make sense of it, and trying to know the different meanings. Ito yung meaning making natin. You need to know the different meanings of the experiences of people in order for you to contextualize where these people are coming from, or your study participants. So you need to immerse yourself and you need to look for the different layers of meanings. Okay. EMIC. EMIC is insider's point of view. It is inductive in nature, most commonly used in qualitative studies. Example, sa EMIC perspective. Example, with the advent of COVID-19 sa mga communities, what is the insider's point of view? Maybe some of the people from community would say that dahil sa mga anito, may nagagalit yung mga anito, nagagalit yung mga di natin nakikita. That's insider's point of view. But the outsider's point of view or the ethic point of view would say that it's because of virus. There's virus. Meron tayong COVID-19 virus na to. So that's the outsider's point of view, and they will explain it scientifically. But the insider's point of view, at sa qualitative studies natin, yun yung tinitignan natin, yung perspective ng mga tao sa komunidad natin, o kaya yung mga marginalized people, the indigenous peoples, kayong kanang paniniwala. So that is the insider's point of view. So these are very important terms, and later we will try to relate these terms sa ating ibang mga sa iba pang i-discuss natin. So what's the difference between quantitative and qualitative design? So in terms of methodology, so sa quantitative, so an overview lang, ma'am and sir. So an overview. So in quantitative, ang methodology nila ang gathering survey experiments. But in qualitative, we have now in-depth interview and focus group discussion. So yan yung mga ginagamit natin, and there are a lot more. Okay? So these are just examples. Okay? Sampling size. This is very important. Okay? So probability sampling. So sa quantitative natin, si Ma'am Nars nga na banggit.
Sir, you're on
Sir,
mute.
you are mute. Doc J, you are muted.
Okay, kanina pa ba, ma'am? Or kami mute lang po?
Kami mute lang naman, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So, I would like to share the difference between quantitative and qualitative design. So, in terms of methodology, so in quantitative researches and design, so they're using the survey and experiments. So, sa qualitative naman, we have qualitative methodologies like in-depth interview, focus group discussion, and then key informant. So yun yung mga ginagamit natin. And then ethnography. So yun yung mga ginagamit nating methodology sa qualitative. So magkaiba yung methodologies natin sa quantitative and qualitative study. So sa sampling size natin, so relatively large sa quantitative studies because you need to come up with the representation of the whole population. May malaking N ka, dapat may yung maliit na N mo, makukuha mo yon as representative of the whole population, and you use some statistical, ano yun, kay Ma'am Lars, gagamit ka ng, yung i-compute mo yon yung maliit na N, and that is the sample population. And that's probability sampling. Sa non-probability naman sa amin, na hindi mo you're not representing the whole population, but you come up with a sample of the population who have the experience, who have the thick and deep experiences of your study. So, what we are looking for qualitative study is data saturation. So, relatively small size tayo, but then we need to reach the data saturation. Ano ba yung data saturation na tinatawag natin? So, when you have your data analysis, when you code something, pagdating sa coding mo, and you come up with your categories, paulit-ulit na lang yung mga codes and categories mo. So, ibig sabihin yung mga narratives, yung mga kwento ng mga study participants natin, paulit-ulit na lang din and wala nang bago. So that you already reach the data saturation and you can stop. Yun na yung mag-stop ka na sa sample size mo. And sa mga in-depth interviews natin, so you can have 7 to 10, 7 to 12. Yun yung mga in-depth interviews natin, one-to-one in-depth interviews. So what is important is that they have now the experiences, kaya magkakaroon tayo ng inclusion and exclusion criteria in selecting our study participants. So, analysis of data. So, sa quantitative, you use statistical analysis, sabi nga ni Ma'am Lars kahapon, and then qualitative naman, ito, most commonly used is the thematic analysis. And there are some analysis din na ginagamit sa qualitative study, but I will share this thematic analysis. I'll be presenting this thematic analysis. Ito yung gagawin natin mamaya. So, paradigm. What's the paradigm of quantitative study? So they have, ito yung paradigm nila, it's positivistic. When we say positivistic, it's experimental, atomistic, and then you look for the causal relationship. Okay. Yun yung positivistic na and objective yung reality. Okay? Very objective yung reality. So, sa qualitative naman, ang paradigm niya ay interpretivistic, social constructivistic. So, ibig sabihin ng interpretivistic ay yung sinabi ko nga kanina, that there are a lot of layers of meaning sa mga experiences ng mga tao and when we look at social realities and social phenomena. So, there are a lot of layers of meaning. Sa social constructivistic naman, so, which means since there are a lot of layers of meanings, so social reality is made up by people or the society. Ang realidad ay ginagawa ng lipunan. So, kaya maraming layers. There are a lot of layers of meaning. And yun yung kailangan nating titignan. Yung mga iba't ibang kahulugan ng mga layers ng meanings na to. So, therefore, we look into the perceptions and perspectives of people and hindi yun mali sa qualitative study. Okay? Their opinions, So kaya yung hinahanap natin. Okay? So our research participants, we call them sa quantitative, they are the object, respondents. So sa qualitative study, we call them our study participants. And ito nga kay ito and other researchers in qualitative study call them the core researchers, especially in doing phenomenological studies. Hindi sila, we don't treat them as object, but as our core researchers. The view of reality, static sa quantitative, and then sa qualitative, dynamic, interconnected. Since ang mga tao, we're studying people, primarily people, social reality, which is changing, nagbabago siya. At we cannot, and everything is interconnected. Example, our cultural system is connected to our political system. Yung mga structures natin sa lipunan ay may konektado sila. So that's how we interpret them. So we interpret them as integrated whole. And then, what are the strengths of qualitative research? It's rich and holistic. Hindi natin pwedeng pira-pirasuhin na, this is his experience kasi ito yung economic, ito yung kanyang economic background. But yung economic background, especially sa mga sa estudyante, when we try to understand why they're performing well, so economic background, pero economic background is also related with their environment, sa family background nila. So everything is interrelated and must be seen as an integrated whole. It is the deep exploration of experiences of study participants. The individual is always related to the whole. Every structure are interwoven and integrated system. Okay, so that's the strength of first strength of qualitative research. Letter B, honors participants local meanings. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina. It looks into the emic point of view or the insider's point of view. So therefore, we look into the meanings of their experiences based from the point of view of the study participants. Okay? And give voices from below. So hence qualitative research is very important also in crafting policies that comes from below, from the people from below, yung mga marginalized na mga tao and yung mga hindi napapansin sa lipunan, then you need to unravel their experiences, then therefore now you would be giving them voices. Okay? And those voices would come from below, which is very helpful in crafting policies that comes from below. Offers a bottom-up approach. So since it is, and strength of qualitative research, it offers a bottom-up approach, ibig sabihin, it is inductive. Yung research findings mo ay grounded based from the experiences of your study participants. And from their study participants now, from their experiences, you now try to, you would come up with a theory to explain this. You affirm theory or come up with a new theory to explain now their lived experiences. So it offers, but it is inductive. It offers it is from bottom up approach. So this is the topic that I will discuss. How do we analyze qualitative data? So first, you have now the qualitative data, meaning to say you already transcribe your data. So na-transcribe mo na yung data. You have your transcript. So from example, from focus group discussion, so meron kayong tinatranscribe nyo sila. Example, sinusulat nyo sila verbatim, isa-isa, yung sinusulat, or you're coming up with notes. So yun yung transcription natin, so qualitative data, then you have your data, and then you need to code your data. So ano itong coding natin? in order for you to come up with your teams. Okay? So when you so for you to come up your qualitative data, kailangan mo review, to read, to listen to the record. Halimbawa, you have recorded your qualitative data, you need to listen and review and familiarize yourself with your data. And you also need to fact check the data. Okay, mamaya I'll discuss that fact checking. And then in order for you to come up with your codes, how do we code? So we have cluster coding, we have our initial coding, open coding, and then we have also our cluster coding. Mamaya yung level stages of coding natin. And then in order for you to come up with your teams, ito na yung result. So the researcher called 5 teams. 5 teams, so sinusulat na natin, and we write now the narratives of our study participants. So how do we transform? So first, so you have now transcribing. It is transforming interviews into usable data. So we had this, so yung mga pictures dito, so we are gathering our data. We had our focus group discussion, and then while the focus group discussion is going on, two of us from our group were transcribing the data. So mayroon kami mga laptop dito. So sinusulat namin verbatim yung mga sinasabi nila. And some of us were also taking notes of their gestures, and then yung mga posts nila, kung nagpo-post sila, so nagkakaroon din kami ng mga notes doon while transcribing verbatim. So as much as possible sa transcription, we try to transcribe them verbatim. Okay? And then we look for their gestures, expressions, yung mga slatter nila, yung mga poses nila sa mga sinasabi, nag-post ba siya, yung mga so we try to take note of them. And then after the focus group discussion, so ito yung focus group discussion namin, and ang majority, it was Sir Joms who facilitated our focus group discussion. Okay? So they came, we had a training to capacitate them, and then yun, ready na sila nun to have their to facilitate the focus group discussion. Then after the focus group discussion, then we need now to do fact checking. We need now our study participants to validate or confirm now our transcript. They need to confirm that what was written in our transcript are their responses. Kung tama ba o mali yung kanilang mga responses. Kung mali, so isulat ulit natin, tama ba lahat? And what we did here is that we projected. Si Sir Dian, he projected the responses, the transcribed narrative, the transcribed narratives, which is our data. So we posted it using a projector for them to review the transcript. Okay? So the transcript, and when you review the transcript, so tanungin natin, yung mga nakuha ba natin, is it relevant and significant to the study? Does it contain moment of the experience that is necessary and sufficient? Kung meron yung mga yan, then we came up with a good data. Okay? Pag nakukulangan ka, then balik ulit, then gather again your data to answer these questions. The significance of your transcript to the study, and does it contain the moment of experience that is necessary and sufficient to answer now your research questions. So from your transcript, from the transcribed data, we code now. We come up with our codes. So our codes are, ma'am and sir, sorry, it can be, there are either it is deductive or inductive. Meron din ako dito sa slide, or it can be predetermined. Dati ka ng merong codes based from your research questions, kung predetermined ka na or you have a theoretical framework, so pwede kang magkaroon ng predetermined codes. But usually in qualitative studies, So your codes would emanate now from your data. So if your codes would emanate from your data, it's called inductive. Kaya kanina may bottom-up approach tayo kasi this is inductive approach. Okay. Usually, but then meron naman yung mga gumagawa na deductive, may predetermined na silang data. Set of codes. What is a code? A word or short phrase that captures the essence of the transcript. It is not the analysis of data, but an initial process of data analysis. Okay? It is not yet the analysis of data, but an initial process of data analysis. So it is meaning making, capturing the essence now of the statements of your study participants. So coding, and this is coding. What is coding? Process of identifying themes. It is the initial process for you to identify now your themes. Without coding, it is impossible to deduce the themes. From initial coding, we come up with cluster codes and we come up with categories. And from categories now, we come up with themes. Okay? Coding can be accomplished by using a variety of materials, paper, and colored pencils. Kasi when I code, nagko-color coding ako. Yung iba naman, they put numbers, say statements. Mamaya may transcript tayo dito and makikita niyo yung sinasabi ko ay color code. And then yung iba naman, they use number. But for me, I personally use color coding. And I code manually, but meron na din yung aid ng Excel, computer, aided qualitative data analysis like NVivo. But then, hindi ko pa masyadong gamay yun sa using itong mga qualitative tools natin. So I do it manually. Each approach has advantages and disadvantages and is personal to every researcher and project. The best approach for one person will not be right for another. And what works for one project may be clumsy for another. And our codes, and our coming up with codes would be, my codes would also be different from other researchers. And dito lumalabas kung saan yung orientation natin and ano yung background natin when we come up with our codes. Okay? So pwede tayong magkakaiba ng makukuhang codes. Okay? And from our codes now, ito yung isa sa pinaka-importante, ito yung gusto nating makuha yung themes. What are the recurring features of participants' accounts characterizing particular perceptions and experiences that the researcher sees as relevant to the research question based from the transcript? Okay. So what are the importance of coding, especially in qualitative research? So it lessens bias or biases. Okay. That's why during research proposal, personally, I ask yung mga pinapanel namin sa qualitative na, can we see your transcript and can we see your codes? Okay? It means when you do coding, you did a systematic analysis. Okay? At least meron kang process. You followed a process sa data analysis natin. Hindi yung kaagad-agad na may teams ka na kaagad. No, there's a process, systematic process in coming up with our teams in qualitative study. And coding is very important. So therefore, coding, this is the first, it lessens biases. And number two, increase validity. It increases now the validity na may yung mga nakukuha mong, it increases the validity of your study. Okay? That somehow it is somehow objective. That it has undergone a systematic process. It allows researcher to equally represent participants then. Na yung codes mo makikita mo kung na lahat ba na participants ay may responses. So it allows you to see that your participants have their responses sa mga nakukuha mong codes, and they are equally represented. And of course now, transparency. Transparency that hindi natin transparency that yun nga, that you came up with the process, systematic process and you did your data analysis. Okay? Na hindi lang na meron ka na kaagad result, but you did now your data analysis. Okay? So coding is very important in qualitative studies, especially sa atin when we're looking now where did their teams come? Saan nanggaling yung mga teams nila? So kailangan natin yung codes. And sa coding natin, we also need to validate our codes with other researchers. Na ay mas maganda siguro tong codes na to. Mas maganda itong codes na to. So we need to validate them with other researchers. Hindi lang tayo yung sa atin lang itong code na to, but we need to validate them kung tama din o mali. O may mas maganda ding mga codes. So coding. So this is an example of deductive coding. So coding can be deductive, as I mentioned earlier, or inductive. Deductive, ibig sabihin, may predetermined codes ka na. Example, in a study exploring the nexus of holistic education and college readiness, insights from K-12 graduates in the Philippines. So we have now the frame ni Daylors, yung 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to do. So yung mga codes namin along knowledge, application. So may mga codes na kami na reason, may mga community. So because based from this frame ni Daylors, so it was framed, so may predetermined codes na kami. And then ito din sa study na exploring the lived experiences of embodiment and transcendence. So may predetermined codes na ako along body, need for the other, and transcendental exigency and creative testimony. So meron na siyang predetermined themes. So that is deductive. For inductive naman, it is ground up approach. Ibig sabihin, your codes would emanate from your transcript. So we applied it here. So ipapakita ko mamaya kung paano. So these are the 2 stages of coding. So may mga transcript tayo mamaya mga ma'am, sir, and we will try to tignan natin mamaya kung paano yung coding natin. So according to Saldana, coding can be divided into 2 stages. So we have now the open coding. Example ng open coding natin. So this is the first step. This is the open coding. This is, I have this transcript and then I coded them. So yung mga naka-green, this is my first stage of codes. Mamaya aralin po natin yung mga transcript natin. Okay? So anyway, sige pa, dito na tayo. So these are the responses of some study participants. Nagkasakit ako, kala ko mamamatay na ako. Kailangan ako operahan noon sa ulo. Pero hindi sigurado ang doktor kung mabubuhay ako. So this is green din. Sorry, dapat green din ito. Sigurado ang doktor kung mabubuhay din ako. Okay. Nanalangin kami ng asawa ko at pinasa Diyos na lang namin. Inuwi na lang ako. Pero hanggang ngayon sa grasya ng Diyos, buhay pa ako. So this is a whole this is a response of a study participant, si study participant 1. I quoted them based from the meaning. Nagkasakit ako, kala ko mamamatay na ako ngayon. So what particular meaning can we deduce from this statement? Okay? Anyone from you, ma'am and sir? Dito sa statement na to, nagkasakit ako, kala ko mamamatay na ako. Kailangan ako maoperahan noon sa ulo. Okay? These are responses of full-time workers of a church. Okay? So I'm trying to study their lived experiences. Actually, I studied their lived experiences. So ito yung mga data na nakuha ko. So ma'am and sir, so what could be our code here? So si Ma'am Jinky, depression, sickness yung first, it's depression, okay, sickness. So thank you Ma'am Jinky, yes, that could be the code. Okay, what else? So that's how we do our coding. Okay, so ako naman, ang nakuha kong code dito sa first, so tingnan po natin din yung green. Yung mga red, at can we do this as an exercise, ma'am and sir? So what are the codes that we can come up? Okay. Just answer from in our chat box. So what are some codes that we can come up? Dito sa mga statements na to. Actually, I already color coded them. Ito pa yung color coding. Yung mga magkakapareho po sa akin based from so sa akin, so kung ano magkaparehas yung ibig sabihin para sa akin, so I coded them with the same colors from the different responses of study participants. And then ito po yung taking notes. So during transcription, may notes kami. Example lang nito, may notes ako. So habang nagsasalita si study participant 1, teary-eyed siya. So habang nagtatranscribe ako, si maybe saying difficulties in school. Yung mga green, marami kasi itong study participants na green, pero I just selected this transcript. Yes, so meron tayong mga responses dito. So faith, red. So emotional, intellectual, spiritual. Thank you, Ma'am Dong. So initial coding natin. So ako naman po, yes, Sir Arvin, faith, miracle, experience. So sa akin naman po, dito sa green ko, so puntahan pa natin. So I coded it. So yung first, I'm sorry.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am?
There's also an answer from Dr. Mila. It's hopelessness.
Okay,
Faith in the Almighty.
Okay. Sorry po dito sa Juan, meron pa kasing ibang mga transcript na naka-green po. Ito, minsan wala kayong makain sa bahay, kaya kamote na lang kinakain namin. So ito din green. So itong green, may poverty. Pero yung depression, dito sickness, dito po sickness, andito pala sa green. May notes ako dito, nasa green din. So sickness, difficulties in school. So these can also be codes, and then I have also some codes. Marami po kasing Juan dito. Sorry kasi maraming responses po. So aside from this transcript, meron pa din po. So meron akong green dito. Ang code ko, poverty, sickness, yung mga green. Poverty, sickness, hunger, and then meron pang ibang mga responses, troubled family. So gamitin po natin ngayon. This is my initial code po. So we have now sickness, difficulties, si Ma'am Jinky, depression, so poverty. So these are my initial codes. So now that's initial coding po. First stage coding. The second stage coding po is now you lump now, pag-isahin mo yung mga codes mo na green, pag-isahin mo yung red mo sa faith, sabi ni Sir Arvin, faith, miracle, sa Ma'am Mila, hopelessness, yung mga green. So, pag-isahin po natin yung mga green natin. Pag-isahin natin yan. So, at pag-isahin natin yung red, mga red. Pag-isahin natin yung mga nakakulay na yung kung may violet dito at mga black. So, pag-isahin po natin. Then, that would be now our second coding. Our second stage code. So, the second stage code now, ito, but my teams now. So, my second stage code here is that, so, poverty, troubled family, difficulties, struggles, sickness, so, struggles, hopelessness. Pwede kong gamitin yung kay Ma'am Mila na second stage code ko. Hopelessness din. Okay? From our second stage code, we need to come up with a category. Yung next stage natin ay category. Pero po, dito sa akin, hindi na ako nag-categorize, but I already came up with my teams. So, my first team, based from my first and second stage code. So, tayo naman po, let's come up with our teams. So lamp up your second stage code. Yung green, red, please include sa green yung sickness. Include sa green yung sickness, difficulties, lacking financially, hunger. So that would be our first stage code. And then second stage code natin, lump them together. What would be our second stage code? Okay? So ang coding po natin ay mental exercise. Okay? Ano kayang commonality nila? So look for their commonalities. So that would be our second stage code. Economical, financial challenge. Thank you, Sir Arvin. So yun po yung second stage code natin. And then from our second stage code, pwede tayong we can think of a category. Ang category po natin, example po, meron tayong dog, cat, yun yung natin, yung mga codes natin, second stage codes natin. Anong category nun? So we can categorize them as animals. So yun pa yung category natin, putting them into classes. And from our categories, we come up with our teams. Mamaya po sa second example natin dito, we have our categories. Dito nagdiretso na po ako sa teams kasi. So from our second stage codes, so sabi ni Mamila, faith in the Almighty. Okay? Ito, hopelessness and faith in the Almighty. What would be now our second stage code? So si Sir Arvin, dito may second stage na siya. Green, economy or financial challenge. Thank you, Sir Arvin. And then red, faith and belief in God's providence. Okay, thank you, Sir Arvin. So now from our second stage codes, let's proceed now to our teams. So sa akin, sa green, so nasabi na natin na challenges, tapos so sa red naman, I can have this ano bang similarity ng fasting, prayer, and words of God. Importance of words of God. So these are spiritual disciplines. So I can code that as my second stage code. Then what would be now how about teams? So from your codes, look now for the recurring patterns. Look now for the recurring patterns of your codes. Or you go back to their statements. What is the recurring pattern? Sa teams, dito na tayo gagawa ng kwento. The team is very important for us now to narrate now. After we have the teams now, we interconnect now their experiences and we narrate, ikwekwento na natin yung kanilang buhay. Okay? So, we narrate, sa pagsusulat natin, from the given teams, we narrate again their lived experiences in thick and deep description. So, these are the teams that I came up. So, pwede pa tayong magkakaiba-iba. Life filled with despair, working of God's grace in the life of believers, importance of spiritual discipline, change life among believers. Okay? So, these are the themes that I was able to deduce from the lived experiences of my study participants as full-time workers of a Protestant church in the Philippines. Okay? So, ito naman po, example naman po nito. So, can you think of codes? Ito naman po sa COVID namin. Sabi nung matanda, huwag kayo lumapit dyan. May mga COVID yan. So ito, nag-code kami na Sir Jones, sample as isolation, avoidance. But you can think of this is our initial codes lang po. First stage codes. Pwede po tayo magkakaiba-iba ng codes. And then from our initial codes, we came up now with second stage coding. To come up with our second stage coding. So anong similarities nila dito? It is now discrimination. Then may sub-teams kaming nakuha and then may mga teams din kaming makukuha. Ito po from our initial codes, ito din po yung pangalawang this is their statements. Yung workload, overstress, nagsasama-sama na sila, stress, cautious, being paranoid. So this is yung first ng ito pa yung first na codes and category ng first study participant. And then ito naman po yung sa second, yung ibang study participants. So ang codes nila, being stressed, cautious, paranoid. Then we have now the category and then sub-teams. Tignan niyo po itong sub-teams ko, may nakuha kaming sub-teams or pwede na po tayong dumiretso sa teams. So from the given sub-teams, social discrimination and stigma, psychological impact, I would now come up with my teams. Personal and societal consequences of COVID-19. Okay. So, always remember, do the initial coding and then come up now with your second stage coding. From your second stage coding, now you can come up now with categories or diretso ka na sa categories. Sa second stage coding mo, you can already categorize. Okay? Then, you come up now with your teams. So, there are 4 elemental methods of coding. Number 1, descriptive coding. Assigns labels to data that summarizes in one word or short phrase. Okay. Number 2, elemental methods of coding. Number 2 is in vivo. Study participants' own words. You use now the study participants' own words. And then you have now the process coding, action-based using gerunds, in. And then concept coding, assigning meso or macro meaning of data. Okay. So example po dito sa atin. Anong mga ginamit nating coding? So either in our transcript, you can use descriptive coding. So nagkasakit ako, kala ko mamamatay na ako, kailangan ako maoperahan noon sa ulo. So, kung example po, you describe, ano dito? Difficulty, sickness. So, that is descriptive coding. And then, yung in vivo naman. So, example, sabi natin, walang kabuluhan noon ang buhay ko, puro bisyo at babae ang pinagkakaalabahan ko. Ngunit nabago ang buhay ko. My life has changed. My life has changed. Yun yung code. My life has changed. So yun yung in vivo coding. Okay? So yung process coding naman, it's their action. So, nanalangin kami ng asawa ko at pinasa Diyos na lang namin. Inuwi na lang. So, nanalangin kami ng asawa ko. Ang code mo dito ay praying. That is process because you're looking at their process. So, praying. And then yung concept naman po is assigning meso or micro meaning of data. Ano makikita natin dito? Being religious. Okay? So, tinitignan mo nga religion. So, you're looking at the religion as an institution. So praying is being religious. Okay? So that's yun po from codes. You come up with your categories or your second stage coding, and then we now have our teams. Okay. From your teams, dito po, how will we write that? Okay, sa result na natin, paano na natin isusulat? Sa result po natin, we can present them using, first, yung iba, they present it using a table. May summary muna sila. Direct code, example po nito yung transcript namin, then, galing din sa transcript namin, we have the direct code, codes, sub-teams, or pwede na yung iba, the teams na kaagad, hindi nila pinapakita yung sub-teams. Pero marami po kasi kaming sub-teams, then therefore, we have also the challenges. And then when we write, so example po, when we write our result, so first, we need to go back with our objectives or the statement of our problems. What is our main objective? Kailangan po balikan natin. So ito po, so this section presents the composite teams gathered from the study participants, elicited from the five focus group discussions done among community healthcare workers. The research problems are the following. What are the challenges and difficulties of the community healthcare workers? So what are their motivations? What are their coping strategies? And what recommendations can be suggested based from the lived experiences of community healthcare workers? So apat po ang aming objectives sa study namin. So ito po yung sasagutin natin sa result. So first, yung result nyo, you can present a table as a summary. But yung iba, diretso na sila. So sa words, and you present now first your objectives. And then for the first question, so I'm now answering. For the first question, there were 5 themes called from their narratives. In terms of their motivations, there were 2 main themes that were elicited. Moreover, in terms of coping strategies, there were 4 themes that surfaced. With the last research question, there were 5 themes emerged. Okay, further themes were analyzed using Giddens' lens of structuration, resulting in the structural composite description. So ito na yung framework pang nabuo namin sa aming study. So the first question. So I have now ito po yung research question ko, challenges and difficulties of healthcare worker during COVID-19 pandemic. These were the themes that surfaced from the responses of study participants under the challenges and difficulties. So, ito po yung research question ko, but I have my teams. I'm sorry po, yung sub-teams sa table kanina, they are teams. Yung main teams po yung naginamit ko po dito sa discussion ko. Personal and social. So, pabaliktad naman to po ngayon. You present now your objectives, and then you present your teams. So we have now the team's personal and social consequences of COVID. So balikan ko lang po yung ating ito. So we have now the personal and social consequences of COVID. So initial codes natin, take a look at your initial codes and category. Okay? Kasi sa pagsusulat na po natin ng teams natin, so we have now psychological impact of COVID-19. So these are sub-teams natin, and then personal and societal consequences of COVID-19 ang nakuha ko. So, when you write it, first, go back to your objectives. My objective is now answering what are the challenges of the community healthcare workers. So I will be presenting my team. Personal and social consequences of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted to psychological and social consequences among community healthcare workers. The pandemic brought tremendous psychological problems to them. The study participants revealed how they often feel stress and paranoia. Now, one by one, iniisa-isa ko na yung mga nakuha ko dito, mga description ko sa mga study participants natin. So, dinedescribe ko sila, the community healthcare workers, as much as they would like to serve their community, also they feel paranoid, suspecting everyone as COVID-19 positive. So, sa result ko po, go back to your objectives, and then present your teams, and then from your teams, look now for your sub-teams. Kung may sub-teams kang na mga nakuha, present your sub-teams sa teams mo. When you write your, when you describe now your teams, yung teams ay interrelating your mga categories at yung mga sub-teams na mga nakuha mo. And you come up now with a narrative. Ikwento mo sa kanila, ikwento mo yung mga nangyari sa kanila. Using your main team, personal and social consequences of COVID-19. And then, of course, very important when you're writing your result ay yung quote. You need to come up. These experiences inflicted pain and frustration. Sometimes they feel that their toil and labor is useless, as some people do not believe in COVID-19. Some of the study participants revealed. Okay, now, kailangan, napaka-importante, or one of the study participants revealed or you can describe, sasabihin mo, a midwife, one of the midwives revealed, confessed. So, you need to quote them. Kailangan po na meron yung quotes mo. So, balikan nyo po yung mga quotes nyo. So that's how you write your result. So, you quote also, you quote them, you quote your study participants. May quotes parate. And then, from the teams that you elicited, so may mga teams kayo. And then nasulat mo na sila. Nasulat mo na, so lahat na. So nasulat mo na sila yung paper mo sa result. And then sa akin po, I always come up now, ito sa phenomenological study na tinatawag natin creative synthesis. So, kasi ang isang research objective ko ay yung number 4, I would like to come up with a recommendation through a framework. So ang recommendation ko po dito, how to empower our community healthcare worker, and I am representing it through a framework, and I will also explain my framework. Yun po yung sa result ko. So based from your teams, pwede ka din magkaroon ng summary ng mga teams mo. So, and come up with a framework sa mga teams mo. And you can also present your result, yung last part po ng result natin through a framework. You may or may not present your teams using a framework. Pwede po kahit wala na framework. But sa akin, I personally would like to come up with a framework since nga I am, ito yung isang, I'm answering one of my objectives, an integral framework, recommendation. So, pinasend ko siya sa isang framework. So, how would I discuss my study findings? So, paano ko i-discuss yung study findings ko? So, first, the study findings revealed that study participants. So, dito po sa discussion natin, we need to go back to our review of related literature. Either we affirm or we negate now the studies from our related literature. Among the personal consequences of COVID-19 are physical burnout, stress, and paranoia. Then I am citing Lucena Moreno. The most common personal consequence of COVID-19 among healthcare workers is fear of their lives and their families. These points support the claims of other studies. So I am affirming the study of other studies. However, on the other hand, the study participants, ito naman, I am negating them. These points support the claims of other studies in which the feeling of fear to contract the virus and infect their families is a great challenge for them. Okay. This fear could be a probable reason for them to leave their work, which is not consonant. So sabi kasi according to De Los Santos and Labrage, this fear could be a probable reason for them to leave their work, which is not consonant with the research findings. On the other hand, the study participants show resiliency and high commitment to their duty as community health workers, which would be enough to stay despite their risks and fear. So I'm using literatures to affirm, either to affirm and negate now, the findings of my study, the findings of our study. So that's now my discussion. And I would like now to end. And then of course, yung mainframe namin, I discussed our mainframe with Giddens structuration theory. These challenges and difficulties among the healthcare workers result from the constraining structure that interplay with their pandemic response. The policies that the national government has initiated through the IATF has been cascaded to the LGU are just recipients of these policies. Moreover, the distribution of resources follows the same manner. In this instance, the challenges, the difficulties that the healthcare workers are products of external and constraining structure. So sabi nga ni Ma'am Lorica kahapon sa discussion, dito na lalabas yung discipline mo. And for me, sa discipline ko sa social science, so dito naman lumalabas ngayon yung mga theories sa social science. since this is my discipline. So sa discussion ngayon yung lalabas yung discipline natin and yung line of interest natin sa research. Okay? And I would like now, so that's how I write now my result and discussion. Okay? So I would like to end with this. When qualitative researchers immerse themselves in their study, they become more aware of themselves and the intricate realities of the wider society. They become conscious of the relationship of individuals and structures, meanings of taken for granted interactions, which propel them to give valuable insights and recommendations in crafting guidelines and policies to improve and better the lives of communities. So, yan lang po ang aking ma-share, and thank you po for listening.
There you go. Thank you very much, Doc Asuncion, for that very informative and comprehensive presentation. And in fact, we prepared a short game for everyone. This is to test whether you listen to the presentation of our speaker. Please go to kindly share the screen for our game. Okay. So here it is. All right. So please go to menti.com. Okay, and we have a short game. Should you win, you will get a chance to have a 1-hour free research and a statistical consultation or analysis, or you may opt to have the 300 peso call card. So are you ready? Okay, let's have it now. Let's start. Okay, so let's wait for the first question. Are you now on Menti? Okay, wala pa daw pong jumo-join sa Menti natin. Please go to menti.com. We have here the code 35569027. Okay, let's wait for others to join. Ilan na po ang, okay, may 5 na po na nag-join sa Menti natin. Okay, 6, 7. Ilan po dapat? Okay, 9 na. Okay. Please join. Exciting po yung prize natin. Meron po tayong free 1-hour research or statistical consultation or analysis, especially for our students who are with us today. You can also get the 300 peso call card if you want. Okay, we encourage the students as well as the faculty members. Yes, okay, may 15 na po sa ating menti.com. Okay, we have 5 questions, okay? 5 questions. There are now 20 participants. Dr. J, we enjoyed your presentation. Actually, naglilista kami kanina ng mga new vocab from you. Okay, so we wait. Okay, join pa daw po. O sa faculty members daw po, pwedeng 300 load or 300 GCash. Pwedeng pang food panda po yun. Okay, so we wait for others. Okay, we wait for 30 participants po sa Menti. For now, we now have 25. 5 more. Okay. 27. 29. Okay, I think we can now start. 29. All right. Okay, please share the first question. Okay, self-reflexivity means immersing oneself in the field. True or false? You have 30 seconds to answer. Is that 30 or 25 seconds? Okay, 25 seconds to answer. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is true. Okay, there are 35. Ay, false pala,
False.
sorry. False. Okay, we have two, how do you call this one? People who get the correct answer. Oh, walang. Okay. It's false. The
Yes,
answer is false po.
it's false, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So we have two people who got the correct answer. Now, can we proceed to the next question? Inaayos lang po yung Sir, may question po sa sagot
Okay.
from Ma'am
Um,
Jinky.
Self-reflexivity means immersing oneself in the field. It's false, ma'am, because self-reflexivity means your positionality. Okay? The positionality of the researcher. Okay? Kung saan siya nanggagaling, yung class niya, status niya, and yung immersing oneself in the field is more on the context. Context, yung definition natin kanina. So it's context, yung immersing oneself in the field. And self-reflexivity means the positionality of the researcher. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification, Doc Asuncion. Okay. Inayos lang po yung music para merong suspense daw. Okay. Makikita ba, ma'am, kung sino yung mga nakasagot ng tama? Hindi na po. Okay, so ayan, si Hustler at si Heartstorm. Okay. Saan? Ayan. May sound na po. Okay, question number 2. Coding is the analysis of data. Is it true or false? Place your answers now. Okay, so the correct answer is false. All 14 who got the correct answer, congratulations. Okay, Sir Jay, kindly lower
Yes,
the
ma'am.
sound po. Okay, Sir Jay, could you expand daw po or explain the
Code-
answer for this
code-
one?
Coding is just the initial process of data analysis, and it's
Yeah.
not the data analysis itself, ma'am.
Yes, it was mentioned earlier. Okay, thank you very much, Sir Jay. Okay, for our third question. Palit po si Hustler. Second is Dr. Mila. Sino po si Hustler daw? Okay, question number 3. Most qualitative researches are positivist got the correct answer. Sir Jay?
Um, yung paradigm po to, ma'am. So yung positivistic paradigm is most commonly used in quantitative paradigm researches. And ang sa qualitative ay interpretative, social constructivist. Though they're also using the positivistic, pero most commonly they're using the interpretivist since they're looking for the meanings, different meanings, layers of meanings of social reality.
Thank you very much, Doc J. Okay. We have a new leading scorer. It's Dr. Mila. Medyo i-lower po yung sound. Okay, congratulations, Dr. Mila, our new lead scorer. Okay, next, for the fourth question. When writing the result in qualitative study, is it best to give an overview of the research objectives? True or false?
True.
The answer is true. Okay, Doc J.
Yes, ma'am, it's true po. Always give an overview. At least you would know that you are answering now your objectives sa pagtapresent yun ng result po.
Okay. Thank you very much. May bagong leading scorer po ba tayo? Can we check? Okay, Dr. Mila maintained her standing. Okay, now let's have the last question. Question number 5. Honoring emic perspective is one of the strengths of qualitative study. True or false? Okay, the correct answer is true. 25 got the correct answer. Okay, may we check now? Let's see the leaderboard. So we have our winner, Dr. Mila Suyu. Congratulations, Doc.
Yes, ma'am. Congrats po.
Congratulations po.
Congrats, do.
Okay, so at this
Thank you
juncture-
very much.
Congratulations, ma'am. So at this juncture, I give the floor to our participants as I now read questions shared and sent for our speaker to answer. So let me read the first question. Thank you for that comprehensive presentation, Dr. J. Everything is new to me. My question is, when is it best to use qualitative design? Thank you. So Sir J, that's our first question.
So it is best to use there are certain there are certain variables that cannot be quantified, okay, and it could be best to be described. Example, when we talk about culture of people, their worldviews, okay, and example their fears, when you talk about their emotions. So these are some variables that it's hard for us to quantify, and it's best to describe them and to dig deeper. And in order for us to dig deeper regarding their existence and different factors that influence them, therefore, we need now to use now, and if you would like to unravel more, explore more, to dig deeper, to have a thick and deep description, then we should now use the qualitative design, especially when we like to study about yung inequalities in the society, different social issues, then I think it's best for us to use the qualitative design. Okay? For those that are mahirap i-quantify, then we can just describe them. So we need now to use the qualitative design.
Thank you very much, Doc J, for answering that question. Our next question came from Dr. Milay Suyu. Good morning po. Thanks for the informative sharing, sir. You mentioned a while back that during FGD, you transcribe verbatim, record their behaviors like us, pauses, expressions, etc. How do you incorporate these behaviors in your transcripts? Is there a bearing of this behavior in the reliability and validity of their answers? Thank you po.
So yung mga, yes ma'am, thank you for that question ma'am. Example kanina may notes ako doon sa transcript namin na teary-eyed. Okay? So now, may team ako doon na difficulty. So it would now give now or it would somehow validate my team and give more detailed. Parang there's really hardship in the life of this person. So yung expression niya, it could validate or yung team ko, and it could also give more meaning sa aking result. Okay? Yung mga poses naman po ma'am, yes, in some ways it's up to the researcher. Then since it's interpretative, then yung mga poses, is there hesitation? How would you give no meaning? And meron nung isa sa amin na biglang lumakas yung boses niya. With louder na mas malakas yung boses. So ano kayong ibig sabihin yun? Because that person wants to give emphasis. So yun po ma'am. And sa transcript din natin ma'am, I forgot to mention that there are also some transcript po na the verbatim, may mga pauses, linalagay yun, and may mga notes. Meron naman po sa mga transcript na tinatanggal na po yung mga pauses. Meron tayong tinatawag na yung intelligent transcribing. Meron naman yung verbatim transcribing. So may mga kinds din po tayo ng transcript. Okay, sa intelligent transcribing, and meron din naman po yung edited transcribing na tinanggal mo na yung mga hindi significant na mga responses. Thank you, Ma'am Mila, for that.
Thank you, Dean Sir J. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Jay. Thank you, Doc
Good
Mila. We have another question here, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Would it be okay to base the themes on RRLs?
Kung yung teams niyo, meron akong sinabi kanina na deductive. So when you deductive at inductive, kung may predetermined ka na, so yung RRL mo kasi you have now a framework, you're operating a certain framework based from your RRL. So you can come up now yung predetermined codes mo, then therefore you can base your teams also dun sa RRL mo, pero that's what predetermined na siya. Okay, predetermined. Okay? But for me, it's best then na manggaling siya talaga sa transcript ng mga study, sa narratives ng study participants. But that's also one way of doing analyzing your data, ma'am. Okay naman yon, doing your thematic analysis.
Thank you again, sir. And for our last question this morning, we have here Thank you for your example, sir. It seems hard for me to cope up with codes and themes. Are there any ways to make this easier?
uh, we yun, yun po. For me, you really need to do your coding and do your teams. Pero we can come, meron na ngayon po ang ating mga with the aid of technology po, may mga software tayo that they do the coding. Meron meron ng or teams, meron may but pero sa coding ikaw pa din magde-determine, but sa teams that they can help you. Mas mapapadali po yung data analysis natin with given softwares po, qualitative softwares. Okay? Example po sa transcribing natin, sila na din magta-transcribe, and then may mga suggested codes. Okay? So with the aid of softwares, so mas magiging madali po. Okay, so if ayaw mong manual, so mas madali. But it's best for you first to learn manual coding para you can understand then yung galing sa software.
Thank you, sir. Sir Jay, we also have questions pala sa chat box. It came from Dr. Chona, and let me read it. Prior to finalizing your final results, will you inform your participants or of the results of your transcript you made on their responses, especially on their responses, especially so their responses were made in the vernacular? What if in the process the participants will withdraw their responses? Will this affect the accuracy or validity of the study? Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ideally, yes, ma'am, na yung transcript natin, so yung translation natin, since we already may translation din tayo doon, ipapakita ulit natin sa kanila for confirmability, and if along the process, if they will withdraw, wala po tayong magagawa, ma'am, since nasa free and prior informed consent din natin. If they will withdraw during the process, then it's up to them, ma'am. We will remove their data. And will it affect the validity of your study? Then I mentioned earlier, ma'am, sa data saturation, if you kung meron naman ng data saturation and kahit wala yung responses nila na pwede mong marating yung data saturation, then somehow it would not affect the data. But then kung very rich and thick yung description niya nung study participant mo yun, and it will affect your data saturation, then you need to go now and look again for other study participants. Okay? But then if they will withdraw, sa akin, wala po tayong magagawa doon, ma'am, na we need to remove them as our study participants, because nandun din sa free and prior informed consent natin that if along the process they will withdraw, then they have freedom to do that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, another question.
Very much, Sir Jay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am,
Thank
you're
you very
welcome,
much, Dr.
ma'am.
Chona. Okay, another question po. Are the softwares for quality researches helpful and more accurate, or this manual mode is enough?
For me personally, hindi pa ako masyado familiar sa paggamit ng software, but I experienced once. Okay, madali, pero pagdating sa teams niya kasi sa akin, mas maganda pa din, mas malalim pag manggagaling sa akin yung teams. Pero at least it is helpful na may mga guide teams ka na makukuha based from sa mga software. So mas madali, pero sa akin pagdating ng depth ng teams mo, so still I go for manual.
Thank you very much, Sir Jay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
Dr. Lin, thank you.
Yes. So there's a message here from Doc Nila. All my researches are quantitative. With your lecture, Sir Jay, I got interested in conducting qualitative researches with you as my teammate or mentor.
Yes, ma'am Mila, we can collaborate. We can come up with the topic and we can collaborate, ma'am, for the college and the university, ma'am. And that will be I'm very honored when we collaborate later, ma'am.
Thank
Okay,
you,
ma'am.
Sir Jay. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you din, Ma'am Mila. Thank you po, Doc Mila. Thank you po.
Okay, and Ma'am Anchua is also very thankful for your presentation, Doc J.
You're welcome, Ma'am Ann. Hello po.
Okay, so may katanungan pa po ba? Naku, hanggang 11:30 pa po tayo.
Lamang
Are there
oras.
more questions? Please raise your questions habang andito pa po si Doc J. After po nito may bayad na. Okay. From our students na naka-enroll po ng thesis writing nila ngayon, it's your chance to ask questions from our speaker, Dr. J. Emmanuel. Meron
Ma'am
pa po ba?
Pandiin?
Ay, yes, Doc. Ma'am
Ma'am
Dorina.
lang, ma'am.
Yes po.
Yes, I would just like to ask Sir Jay kasi listening a while back dun sa coding, ganyan. Gusto ko lang tanungin kasi syempre, wala bang ma-develop, hindi ko alam if I'm using the right term kasi I am not too much into research kasi ang picture ko lagi ng research mahirap, ganun. And then, and having attended itong journey, thanks to Ma'am Jinky and her team, medyo maraming natututunan and getting enlightened on it may be very difficult but it will be very fulfilling if you get to finish one research. So Sir Jay, kasi dun sa coding kanina, meron ba tayong specific na guidelines? Kasi para ang hirap, ay pag ako mag-judge doon sa coding ko, ay emotion ito, baka hindi emotion. Ay, ano yung mga ginamit natin sa coding kanina? Meron ba tayong specific na guide para magamit natin? After having enumerated all the responses of our respondents, tapos i-code na natin according to their responses. Hindi ba maaano yun? Ma-distort sa iba yung perception natin, sa perception talaga ng ating respondent?
Yun, ma'am, sa qualitative kasi, so there's always the interpretation of the researcher. Hindi talaga natin yung matatanggal. So pagdating sa coding, ma'am, for us to validate it, since nga andun yung very somehow very subjective na sa interpretation ng researcher, so kailangan din niya itong cross-check din sa ibang mga researchers. Kaya it's also important, ma'am, that other researchers would also validate then the teams, the codes, and the teams. Yun po. Pero as the standard po ng codes kasi, dun po lumalabas yung ating background, yung ating discipline po sa codes. Kaya talagang merong magkakaiba yung codes po natin. So, ang best po nun for us na para ma-validate yung code natin, kung tama ba o mali, kasi wala nang tama o mali. So, we ask other researchers, ma'am, to validate our codes, especially yung mga nagtatrabaho din sa, especially those who are experienced researchers in qualitative. So, they can validate the codes, and yun po yung masasuggest ko doon, ma'am.
Doc Jay, not necessarily yung researchers who will validate the coding or yun nga yung pag-code natin ng mga responses. Yung researcher hindi necessarily doing the same research with you, any researcher that is involved in those type of researches?
Yes, ma'am. Not necessarily, but within your group, halimbawa yung mga they can also do, ma'am, they can also validate, ma'am, kung meron ka mga teammates then who are also doing, ma'am, researches, they're involved also in doing researches. But it's best, ma'am, if they are also in line with yun nga sa qualitative research that they can validate it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. J. I always thought that doing quantitative was easier than qualitative. Tama pala yun kasi quantitative, right ba yun, ma'am, researchers? Ma'am Jinky, Ma'am Mila, I see a lot of researchers here. I say, Ma'am Rowena, that when we say quantitative, yung parang numerical lang siya, nagbibilang ka. Pero when we get into qualitative, is very much different and very difficult to do. So, but with Dr. J and the rest of the researchers, I guess we are able, especially our students, we will be able to embark into doing qualitative researches too. So thank you very much, Doc J, for the enlightenment. And thank you to everyone who participated in this journey on research.
Thank you, Ma'am Dean. Thank you po.
Thank you po, Dean. Doc J, there's another question here. Medyo nahihirapan po yung participants natin in coding.
Yes.
And so, sabi dito, could you give example daw po ng sa code discussion, kahit yung sa ano daw po? Yung binigay mong example daw po kanina, yung sa dog, cat, ganyan.
Sige, ma'am. So, yung sa codes po, can I just go back to the transcript na lang, ma'am? Yung transcript ko na lang na ginamit kanina?
Sige, sir. Sure po.
Balikan natin. So, example po ito. We have already the initial codes, stress, cautious, paranoid. So, ano kayang similarity nito? Anong maiisip nyo na similarity nitong stress, being cautious, being paranoid? So, yung category natin parang dog, cat, ito example nitong stress, sabihin na natin dog, cat, bird. Dog, cat, bird. Mas madali yon. That's your initial code. Sound like dog, cat, bird. O yung sounds na lang. Sounds like dog, cat, bird. So, ang category mo dito, ano ang commonality nila? Ang dog, cat, bird. So, yun yung magiging category mo. So, animal. Maging animal. In terms of my example here, you have stress, being cautious, being paranoid. These are some psychological effect of COVID. So, this is my category. Alam mo yun, 5, 7, example, 1, 3, 7, 1, 3, 5. Anong kwan nun? Anong commonality ng 1, 3, 5? Oh. So, add ba yun? Even ba yun?
Numbers na add. Add numbers.
Yun po, yun yung category natin. At ang categories din natin, may subcategories din natin and may greater category din natin. Okay? And yung category po natin, later, titignan natin yung category po kasi natin sa paggagawa natin ng team po natin. So yung team po natin, yung recurring, yung sa mga codes natin, babalikan natin yung category and yung codes sa recurring pattern, sa team natin. Example po, ano ba yung paulit-ulit na sinasabi ng mga study participants natin. So, magbe-base tayo sa mga codes natin. Doon po natin makikita po yung team na natin. At gagawan na natin siya ng kwento, yung team natin na nai-stress sila, yun po, doon po magbe-base po yung kwento natin sa mga codes natin. Okay. So, yung category po, parang great, yun po yung class, i-categorize mo sila based sa type, anong type ito, anong class siya, okay? So, yun po yung category natin.
Thank you very much, Sir Jay. Sir, may mga questions pa po tayo.
Yes, sir.
Okay po. Thank you, sir. The next question here is, kailangan daw po ba trained yung sa coding or kahit hindi po? Yung gagawa po ng coding? At yung magva-validate daw po ba dapat trained din?
Yung magva-validate, ma'am, kailangan, for me, syempre yung magva-validate dapat may experience yung magva-validate ng code natin. But we learn from doing. Wala naman po talagang dati na pong magaling mag-code ganon. We learn from doing yung pagko-code po natin. We learn from doing. It's an exercise. We learn from doing. And hindi ko din masabi mga codes ko. May mga yung iba na, ay hindi yan, so that's why we need to validate it po. Yan po.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, may mga questions din po tayo dito sa, ito po, may isa pong question dito.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
First code, second code, theme, then discussion of the theme. Do you discuss per code of the theme, then reading quali articles, they use the exact words, then reading quali articles, they use the exact words of the participants sa discussion. Do we cite also and find similar contrasting lists on each code or theme?
Come again po, ma'am?
Ulitin ko ba, sir? Okay. First code, second code, theme, then discussion of the theme. Do you discuss per code of the theme po? And then read quali articles about it? Or do we need to cite also similar or contrasting lists of each code or theme?
First, yung team. So you have now the team. Okay. When you present now your result, so these are the based from the example po, yung research question ko ay challenges. So based from the challenges of the study participant, so based from the results, these are what I have called. So these are the themes that I have called to answer the challenges. So meron kang personal, yung kanina personal and psychological impacts of COVID-19. So from the personal and psychological impacts of COVID-19, if you have, kung may nakuha kang sub-themes doon pa, so, or you can base now the story, you will now describe what the participants experience, and you make a story based on their categories. Yung mga categories na yon, you would link them together, you would lump them and look at their interrelationship, kung may relationship sila sa mga categories, and you make a story out of that sa mga categories. Okay? So, so yun pa yung gagawan mo ng kwento na yung team mo. Okay? And then, so based from, pero magbe-base ka pa sa mga sa category na nakuha mo, kasi dun mo po gagawan yung interrelationship po nila at yung mga codes mo. Okay? May mga interrelationship ba to? So, meron din tayong tinatawag na mas general ba tong code na to? Sa category nga po, di ba? Mas general ba tong category na to? So, example po sa category natin kanina ay psychological effect. So, anong mga psychological effect ngayon ng COVID? Yung mga initial categories mo ay stress, paranoia, di ba? So, yun pa yung mga gagawan mo ngayon ng kwento. How did they feel stress? What causes their paranoia? So gagawan mo yun ng kwento based now from your categories, which is now affecting their psychological, their mental health somehow. And then from that, then i-specify mo din yung direct quote ngayon ng study participant. And anong sample na sinabi ngayon. So ipapakita mo din yung quote ng study part. So that's why you need to quote the study participant. And then ma'am, yung last po na sabi niya, you need to, yung last, hindi ko nakuha yan.
Paulina, nakamute ka.
Oo nga, nakamute pala ako, sorry. Sabi dito, kung mag-cite ka daw ba sir ng similar or contrasting list ng mga codes po or ng mga team na na-come up mo?
Yung teams, ma'am, contrasting hindi. Pero sa codes, ma'am, pwede. Halimbawa yung akin unpreparedness, pero may preparedness at unpreparedness kasi dun ako. Some are prepared while some are not prepared. So nag-cite din ako ng quote dun. Pwede ka rin mag-cite na some are unprepared while some, kasi hindi naman majority. Kung all yon, kung lahat, kung sinabi mong all, so hindi ka na magsa-cite ng contrasting kasi all naman, di ba? Pero pag sinabi mong some and few, however, few also mentioned, so pwede mo ding i-quote yun. Bakit sila minention and contrasting sa hindi. Example sa COVID namin, sabi ng iba, majorities mentioned that they're prepared, while some also while few mentioned that majority sabi unprepared, but may few mentioned that they are unprepared. So, kinote ko din yon. So, pwede ko din siyang i-quote.
Thank you, sir. Sir, very interesting po ang topic mo, kaya ang dami po ulit questions.
Yes, ma'am.
There's another question from Ma'am Jennifer. Thank you, Doc J. Lahat po ba ng qualitative studies are aimed at coming up with a grounded theory? Thank you, Doc J. Congrats po.
Hindi naman po, ma'am. Pero as much as possible, yun po sana yung pinaka-goal yung mga iba kasi they stop in describing. Dinescribe na nila yung andun na lang, they describe what's happening, they describe what's the social phenomenon, and they stop that. But then and sana yun po yung nasa researcher po kung balak po nila na gumawa po ng grounded theory. Pero po meron po tayong isang specific pong type po ng qualitative study na grounded theory. Meron pong naka-specify na grounded theory at yun po yung talagang pinaka-aim niya, grounded theory as a type of qualitative study.
Thank you so much, Doc J. Ayun, meron pa po akong isang tanong, Doc. Doon po kasi sa studies, kapag wala masyadong na-conduct na study, like for example, it's a very novel na field of undertaking or field of specialization where wala pa po masyadong na-conduct na study, would you recommend po, Doc, na mag-quali muna bago mag-quanti, Doc? Thank you, Doc.
Yes, sa akin, ma'am, exploratory. Sa akin, quali muna since exploratory kasi siya. You explore. Exploratory siya. So for me, this is my personal take on that. So since ang quali ay more on exploratory, so sa akin, explore mo muna, and then from that, you do now your, when you already explored it, then you would now validate your claims through now a quantitative study.
Okay, sige. Thank you so much, Doc J. Congrats po. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ver.
Thank you, Ma'am Jen. Thank you, Doc J.
Thank you
Sir,
po,
may may question po ulit from Sir Arvin naman po.
Yes, sir.
Congrats, Sir J. Parang mas magaan tuloy ang feeling ko towards qualitative research, Nax. Thanks so much. Since we are into sports, perhaps we can have a qualitative research regarding our players who haven't had any sports activity during the pandemic, or is it better to have quantitative?
Sa akin, sir, yan, we can have a qualitative, sir, kasi halimbawa yung experiences nila, life experiences of athletes during the pandemic, since wala nga pong nakakandak tayo ng mga sports events. So ano yung mga experiences naman nila? So nag-stop ba yung training nila? So since wala na silang training, anong mga pinagkakaabalahan nila, and how did it also personally affect them? Since they're in line into sports, so nasanay sila sa training, and now during the pandemic, so pwede po natin gawan yan po ng study. Okay? But pwede din po nagawan din ng quanti, pero sa akin hindi ko po talaga turf ang quanti. So sa akin, doon lang po ako sa akin, I'll do a quali study on that. Yes, sir. We can do a quali study on that.
Thank you, Sir Jay. Perhaps we can sit down and conceptualize.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure po. Maganda po yan, sir. And recommendation po din natin sa sport, sa ating, sa university sports po. Maganda din po yan maging recommendation po natin. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Arvin. For the question of Ma'am Roxanne, can I just ask Ma'am Roxanne to raise the question to Doc J? If that's okay, Ma'am Roxanne. Okay. I will read the question. Sabi niya dito, some students did mixed method, quanti plus quali researches last year. Some of them did the data collection at the same time. Example, gave the questionnaire for quanti and then immediately went to FGD. Is this recommended, or is there a better way to do it?
For me, ma'am, I think for me, it's best if you do first, either you do the quanti first or you do the quali first. Okay, you cannot do them at the same time. Kasi there are quantity studies, example, where when you're looking, when I'm making a mixed method, we have a multiple mixed method case analysis. So first we came up with quantity because, and then whatever the results of the quantity, yung mga may association and yung mga association and relationship, we further explored them now using a qualitative. Yung mga nag-significant lang doon, ang in-explore na namin sa qualitative. Okay? So it depends din, ma'am, on your study, but for particular sa but it's best, ma'am, if you do one, if you do first either quantity or quali, kasi the other would validate the other. Hindi mo pwede silang pagsabayin. Okay? Mas maganda po, for me, it's more systematic. Lalo na nga po, gaya po ng mga studies natin, na sa quantity muna, hanapin mo yung mga magsisignificant doon, at yun po yung explore mo sa qualitative. Ba't sila nagkaroon ng significant relationship?
Okay, so I guess yun na po yung last question natin. Thank you very much, Sir Jay. That was awesome. Thank you for answering the questions raised by our participants. And at this juncture, we now have the insights. Of course, our participants are very much willing to share their insights about this morning session. And for the first participant to give her insight would be our beloved Dean in the College of Allied Health Sciences, Dean Dorina Sabatin.
Hi, once again, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. So as I have mentioned earlier, actually, I sent a direct message to Doc J. Sabi ko, mahirap pala, Doc J, ang quality research. So listening on the different topics and how to do a qualitative research, while we, especially for I'm speaking for myself, not for the whole, especially for one who has had this, anong tawag natin doon, hindi naman phobia or just had reservations on going into research, this one has really enlightened me. Much as qualitative research looks like it's something really very difficult to do, but it is feasible. And we have, sabi ko nga kanina, we have very good researchers, not only in the college, but also we have a very good mentor, also in the person of our Director of Research, Dr. Julius Capili. So, however difficult it may be, kaya natin to, mga Kashans. And my dear students, I hope you did listen intently to the lecture of Dr. J, so that you will also be guided with your researches now that you are in third year. So I encourage everyone, my co-faculty, as we have already joined the journey to research, second day natin ito, we still have another one this afternoon. Let's get into research. It will be really very fulfilling, as Dr. J had said in his introduction, how he got into this. Kung kaya nila, kaya din natin to. Thank you once again to everyone.
Thank you for that very beautiful insight. Thank you for your usual support to these kinds of activities po. Thank you very much po. Now, may we call another participant, perhaps from the students, since we have student participants in this webinar. May we ask one student to give an insight? We have Jessie Vince Ramos from BSPH, PH department, I should say.
To not turn on my camera po since it's not working po.
That's okay, anak.
First of all po, good morning, and I would say that the webinar po was really insightful. Most especially po, it has led us to give cognizance po on how important health research really is when it comes to the College of Health Sciences po. It tells us about how important should we really think about health research as something that is not just simply a course or something that we need to take on po. Instead, it tells us how significant it is, and in terms of how we recalibrate, how as for example, in my case, as a future public health worker, it is important regarding of how we're going to actually recalibrate our view on the healthcare system. What Sir J what Sir Jay Asuncion taught us a while back was really insightful in terms of the technicalities of health research itself. It's our view po kasi when it comes to health research, when we first started in the College of Health Sciences, was just simply a phenomenological research or a scientific based. But right now, when Sir Jay is discussing, we found out as well that um theoretical basis is also important, is also significant when it comes to doing health research. So all in all po, it was very insightful and it has led us into giving much more, led us into realizing that we need to give more cognizance when it comes to research and the technicalities of it as well. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Vince. And of course, another insight from our faculty participants, Dr. Arvin Alonzo po.
Thank you so much po. Ayun, dati mag-classmate lang kami ni Sir Jay sa gymnasium. Very engrossed with sports. Ngayon, si Sir Jay na-addict na sa research. And it's also timing kasi pandemic, wala namang sports activity. But of course, I believe yung love of sports namin ni Sir Jay hindi mawawala. Really, I got interested into qualitative research listening to Sir Jay. Actually, you serve as inspiration not only to me but I believe to all of us participants. Kasi nga, ang alam ko lang, mas maganda ang quantitative research kaysa qualitative. But with your experiences, with how you share the way you do qualitative research, parang ang gaan ng feeling, parang madaling gawin. Kasi ang alam ko kasi noon, ang thinking ko pag quali, mas malaki ang bias in terms of its results and findings. Kasi nga pwedeng dayain yung result niya. But with your presentation, makikita mo dito na a qualitative researcher should really have that integrity para maganda yung kanyang presentation. And thank you so much, Sir Jay. And of course, I would like to thank the other speakers yesterday, si Ma'am Lars in the data presentation. I learned a lot from the data presentation, especially that I was given the challenge to teach statistical analysis with software application in the undergrad sa BS Accountancy program namin. And of course to Ma'am Joy Lorica in the results and findings. So maraming salamat sa Kahas family na tinanggap nyo kami na mag-join sa inyong research webinar. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Sir Arvin. Yes, we grow together po. Okay, thank you once again to our faculty members and likewise to Jessie, Vince for giving your insights. And meron pa po bang gusto magbigay ng insight na mag-volunteer po kung meron po? You are welcome po. Okay, so if there's none, allow me this time to award the certificate of appreciation to our resource speaker. Perhaps we can now flash the certificate. Ayan. Okay, so let me read the content. Republic of the Philippines, Cagayan State University, College of Allied Health Sciences, Andrews Campus, Tuguegarao City, Cagayan. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to J. Emmanuel L. Asuncion, PhD, in grateful acknowledgement for contributing his knowledge and skills as a resource speaker during the webinar entitled Training Workshop on the Journey of Health Research Survey Data to Analysis, Series 2, from presentation of data to recommendations on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 21st day of October to 2021, Jinky Mariti Chua, Dorina B. Sabatin, and Teresa D. Malanta, PhD, they signed. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations po.
Thank you po sa lahat po. Salamat po marami.
Okay, so that's it for the morning session, everyone. Thank you once again for joining us, and we expect your presence this afternoon for another fruitful session. Have a great lunch, everyone. Please be back at 1:30. Thank you. Ay, wait, may photo op pa po pala. May nag-leave na po ba? Sorry. Let's have an photo op for the morning session. And for those who haven't signed in yet for their attendance, siguro i-send po ulit ni Ma'am Lara yung link dito sa chat box for those who entered late po sa ating Zoom para po makapag-attendance. Do we have the evaluation for this one po? Sa mga Okay, yung attendance po yung link po ng attendance available na po sa chat. Sa mga hindi pa po nakapag-attendance. Okay, may I encourage everyone to turn their cameras on for the photo op. Nakalimutan po natin mag-photo op kahapon. So kailangan wag nating kalimutan ngayon. Okay. All right. So, ayan. Thank you very much for joining. Sino po ang magpipicture? Si Ma'am Jinky. Ay, hindi pala. Si Ma'am Ethel.
Ma'am Ethel po.
Opo, sorry. Ma'am Ethel. Ma'am Ethel, magbibilang ka ba?
Saan si Ma'am Ethel?
Ma'am Ethel.
Ethel?
Nakangiti na po kayo, Ma'am Ethel.
Ako na lang mag-picture. Baka
Sige, ma'am. Sige,
wala
ma'am.
si Ma'am Ethel. Okay.
Okay po.
May tatlong tayo. Frames. So, keep smiling na lang po. 1, 2, 3. Wait lang po.
Ma'am Jiki, update naman. Anong
Next screen po. Keep smiling. Open your cameras. Wait lang po. Ang hirap pala to, no? Okay, next, last po. 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay na po, Ma'am Pauline.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po. Balik po this afternoon. We have another brilliant speaker po. Thank you very much. Don't miss that.
Thank you, Ma'am Pauline.
Thank you
Thank
po.
you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Have
Sir
a great
Jay.
lunch.
Everyone.
Sir Jay, thank you. Thank you po.
Hello, Direct. Hello, Direct. Wala pong marinig
Hello.
sa'yo, Direct.
Hello,
Ayan,
ma'am.
ayan. Meron na.
Narinig naman, hindi siya nagsasabi.
Yan,
Okay naman
Direct.
po.
Yes po, Direct.
I'll try to share a screen. Malukrig ako ngayon.
Direct, parang ano, nagcha-choppy ka.
Yung sinasabi ko. Nagsasabi? O, ito. Hello, world. Hello, Madam Jinky and the rest.
Yan, hindi na choppy, Direct. Yan,
Ibig
ibuo.
sabihin, pag nilalagay ko yung aking, yung aking speaker, choppy.
Choppy.
O, tingnan natin ulit.
Yan, Direct choppy.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, kapag meron yung animal ng kwan, choppy. So, tanggal ko na siya.
Yes po, clear siya, sir.
Nakikita niyo yung screen, ma'am? Do you see the
Yes,
screen?
Direct. Nakikita po.
Okay, so that's it for this afternoon. I will not make use of this channeling device.
Nakakapag-chop. Buti nag-try tayo, Direct.
Yan ang sinasabi ko, ma'am. Kaya alam mo naman, ako kailangan perfect. Ma'am, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
Direct. See you later.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Nakamute. We shall start in few minutes. Let's wait for other participants to join us in Zoom. Thank you.
Dr. Pauline, good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank
Loud
you.
and clear po. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome once again, dear participants. I hope everyone had a great lunch. And may I remind you to fill out the attendance for this afternoon session. The link is now shared both in Zoom and on YouTube. Okay. So I know you are all excited for another excellent session. And so let's get the ball rolling. Okay. Allow me to introduce to you our speaker. He is a luminary in the field of medical laboratory science and public health. Despite his very young age, he already received multiple awards from the field of medical technology and research, all for his outstanding performance as a professional. And he was even acknowledged by the local government of Cagayan for his invaluable contribution in making Cagayanos proud. He was the former college dean of the College of Allied Health Sciences and currently the university research director of this university. At present, he is the executive director of the DOST Cagayan Valley Health Research and Development Consortium and a research consultant of the Department of Health, Center of Health and Development Region 2, and the Department of Health Regional Adverse Effects Following Immunization Committee. He is a national accreditor of the Association of Accreditors for Colleges and Universities of the Philippines, a member of the CHED Regional Quality Assurance Team, and a diplomate of the Philippine Academic Society for Microbiology and Parasitology. Dear participants, a virtual cheer for our resource speaker, the Dr. Julius T. Capili.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this gathering of minds and hearts. I would like to commend the College of Allied Health Sciences under the platoon of Professor Dorina Sabatin and, of course, Professor Jinky Marituliao as our college research coordinator, and obviously, under the guidance of our very dynamic campus executive director, Dr. Teresa Di Malanta, and the campus research coordinator, Dr. Joanna Kalubakib. I'm truly grateful that I am invited to actually speak about one of the most important parts of the research, and that is along the summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations. I hope that with the less than 2 hours, or more than that, I do not know, that I will be imparting some insights with you. I hope that you definitely will be curving up your research or researches, if you are doing a lot, to come up really with very promising outcomes, and that a lot of stakeholders will be able also to make use of your research outputs in order to actually improve the quality of services that they actually have identified for their respective agency. So, my dear students and faculty members, as they say, research is what makes the world go round. And without research, we should not really have been experiencing. We should not have been into this type of world where everything nearly seems to be a push button. And we always look for solutions, even when science and technology, through research, have had post solutions, so to speak. Problems will never cease. And of course, as these problems are just propping up, we have at least the hope of finding solutions to them through obviously the advances in science and technology, which are fulfilled through research. So I'm Dr. Julius Capili. My bias is that I am a health researcher, but I also would like to further my expertise in the field of social research. That is why I have been in tandem with Dr. Jay Asuncion with our COVID-19 researches, and then of course other of social scientists, so to speak, because obviously I have to also grow outside the box. So from educational research to the capstone projects of the engineering and the information technology individuals, to that of the herbal researches, epidemiologic researches, and a whole lot more. So you can get to visit the ResearchGate, and you look for my name there, and apparently you definitely will be learning much from the publications I have. So anyway, I hope that you will be as excited as I am seeing you in this virtual platform. It would have really been better if we meet face to face. I know it's also a unholy hour, so to speak, but with the reception that I have, and including the dynamism that I am expecting from each and every one, I hope that you will have to find yourselves really very comfortable and awake until I finish my talk with you. So when Ma'am Jinky asks me to describe about writing chapter 5, that is summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations. To be honest, I told her, why do you give me 2 hours for this type of lecture? Why will I have so much time to discuss about the summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations, when in fact, this is the easiest part of the research. When I say easiest part of the research, it's not blatantly because I am a researcher. It's easy because before you have reached chapter 5, all that will be written in chapter 5 had been written from chapters 1 to 4. Okay? So it's gonna be easy because you just have to synthesize everything. You just have to make things very concise. And that is actually chapter 5. But nonetheless, even when it is chapter 5, nearly the last, in fact, it is the last chapter of the research, but not the last part of the research, because thanks goodness, there are yet, the references or bibliography and then the appendices, so to speak, okay? It is as equally important as with chapters 1 until obviously chapter 4. Okay, so these are my objectives. So at the end of the session, the participants must be able to discuss the salient points in writing the summary of findings, conclusion, and recommendations of the research. If you take a look, I said summary of findings, because you have lots of findings. How many findings do you have? Normally, it is tantamount to the number of objectives you have. Summary of findings. But why do I say conclusion? Because whether you have a litany of your objectives or statement of the problem, you have only to come up with a conclusion. So only one conclusion, so to speak. And then you talk about recommendations, again, plural. Because apparently, from your conclusions, you have to be very succinct about your recommendations, giving emphasis to the stakeholders, or the individuals, agencies, organizations, people, instrumentalities of private and government offices who will make use, or that will make use of your research results. So that would be recommendations. I say summary of findings, so a lot of findings, conclusion, there's only one conclusion, and obviously recommendations, a lot of them. Now, identify pitfalls in writing the conclusion and recommendation. In as much as I'm considered a luminary in the field of research, I always value the learnings I get every
Excuse me.
time. Yes.
Direct, sorry to interrupt you po, but you are not on a presentation mode po sa iyong
Okay na,
PowerPoint po
ma'am?
din. Hindi pa po din.
Hindi pa ako
Yes.
naririnig.
No, we can hear you po, pero yung PowerPoint mo po hindi po siya naka-presentation mode
Hindi
po.
naka-present. I'll try to share it again. Okay, there you go.
We can see your presentation po, pero okay lang ba siya na?
What's the problem?
How can I explain? Yung ano po din, hindi po siya sa presentation mode po. Nakikita po yung ibang parts.
Okay.
Slideshow mode po pala. Slideshow.
Press F5 na lang, sir. Press F5.
F5 daw po.
Here?
Ayan. Thank you, Sir
Okay na?
Arvin.
Okay. It's okay.
Yes po.
Okay. So okay na tayo, ma'am? Yeah. Okay.
Yes
And then
po.
identify the pitfalls in writing the conclusions and obviously the recommendations. Now, as I was saying, what made me really a luminary in the field of research is that I value every learning that I have, in particular, when my students, in particular my advisee, would have to defend their work, or even when I just am invited to probably be a moderator or an audience of a research presentation. When I would see, in fact, the faults of our students, of our researchers in preparing the conclusion and recommendation. Believe it or not, when they have the conclusions, it is as lengthy as their summary of findings. They tend, to answer the objectives in the conclusion, which is not actually the case. And then for the recommendations, they place a lot of recommendations which are not even included in the scope of the study. So things like that. So I'm going to guide you as to how well you should be able to craft your conclusions and recommendations. And finally, write the chapter 5 of your thesis or your manuscript, or apparently for the teachers who are here, probably write chapter 5 of your ongoing research engagements or undertaking. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm now ready to share my first slide, and I would like to dub it Getting Started. To begin with, all good stories must come to an end. You actually have chosen that particular topic. You would want to research in that particular area because it seems so interesting, because it seems important, and it is actually posting a solution to a given condition or a problem, so to speak. So all the while, your paper is going to be good. But everything which is good comes on ending. Lahat merong hangganan, so to speak. If the research starts with an introduction, and therefore it has to end through the conclusions and recommendations. But then you have to ensure that you maintain the interest of your audience, so that you write your introduction as exciting as you can showcase it, but you also make sure that you write your conclusions and recommendations as exciting as your introduction. Okay. Second, you have to save the best for last. Why is the conclusions and recommendations important? Well, I would have to reiterate that stakeholders normally would have to ask themselves, where do you want us to come in your research project or in your research study? How will we be able to contribute, to your research, so to speak? And obviously, the answer there is utilize my research findings. And how will they be able to utilize the research findings? They would have to browse over your recommendations. What do you want them to do? And apparently, crafting the recommendations will be based on your conclusions, right? And so they say, okay, you have to make sure that you have to write your conclusions and recommendations as if this is your last chance to convince them that this research is truly important, and these are the highlights of those that you also need to do as identified beneficiaries or stakeholders of research. Only when the take-home message is clearly stated and that it is succinct, that readers will be more likely to read the research paper in detail. Well, for us Filipinos, we are having this practice or custom of reading the title and apparently making things in a shortcut basis, we proceed immediately to the summary of findings and then finishing our readings after the conclusions and recommendations. We are not interested reading already the first page until obviously the entire manuscript, so to speak. Okay, so if that is how we regard our practice to be, and therefore all the more that a researcher is challenged to make the conclusions and recommendations really impactful, really interesting, really something that arouse the dynamism, it causes the illumination of mind, so to speak, okay, and then from your conclusions and recommendations, perhaps they would say, okay, the entire material is good. I can have this actually forming part of my review of related literature, and therefore I will have to read the entire thing already. See? So I'm not telling that's a good practice, but I've got friends, not really researchers, not really academicians. But the practice is that they read the title and they would want to learn fast, okay, as to what the contents of the research is, and they go immediately to the summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Be able to engage the readers and stakeholders as to how, in their very own way, be able to contribute towards the implementation of the research results. And therefore, my dear friends, after having read the recommendations, they knew exactly, okay, this is what we must do. You have to remember that in chapter 1, there's an area there that says significance of the study, where you are going to identify all of your beneficiaries. Not just but agencies or people, but including yourself as the researcher and future researchers, so to speak. Okay, more so for funded researches. When I write research, it's more of like research utilization is actually the name of my game, and of which case during the research presentation in varied colloquia, so to speak, at the local until the international level, I'm glad that after my presentation, people would come near and say, your output was truly very interesting. We would like to partner with you. I heard about recommendation number 3, and this is what we can probably do for you to be able to fulfill the goals of your research, and that will have to give us a very good takeoff point, a very successful endeavor or engagement. Okay. So the first part is summary of findings. It must be a synthesis of your results and discussions, not a duplication of your results and discussions. Remember, chapter 4 is entitled Presentation, Discussion, and Interpretation of Our Results. And therefore, what is the summary of findings? Do I still need to present the tables and the figures and all the rest? No more, correct? Discussions talks about the trend, but do not place all of the trend there as part of your summary of findings. No, you just look into the most significant of the trends that you have elaborated in chapter 4. And the last one talks about interpretation. Will I place all of the interpretation there? No, only those which are significant. So if results are not significant, do not place them already in the summary of findings. People will get to know that if these variables are significant, so to speak, the other variables are not significant. So do not dwell, okay, discussing about the insignificant results. The call of time is not as to how many pages, how voluminous your paper is. We're talking about researches now which are actually very few in terms of pages. Panipisan na tayo ng manuscript. Sa ibang institution nga, okay, IMRAD na nga lang, naintindihan? IMRAD na lang ang sinasabi nila. Some 10, 12 pages can do. Okay, so gone were the days when we wanted really to have very voluminous manuscripts. Now, in your summary of findings, please remember that it should be able to contain the most important of your objectives, okay? The most important of the methods, and obviously, the most important of the findings. Now, if you say the most important of the objectives, which is that? I swear that is your general objective or your general problem. If you would want to include the lasts of your objectives, should you have what we refer to as your inferential question, so to speak. So that's the most important objective. Now, when you talk of the most important of the methods, you just have a run through number one of your research design. Why is it important? Because the research design happens to be the framework of your methodology. While the entire paper is steered through your objectives, remember the backbone of your methodology is your research design. So intricately, you have to place your research design. Second, who are your respondents, participants, or subjects? Now, when you talk about respondents, these are individuals who answers your interviews, who answers your questionnaires, so to speak. They are called participants when they are individuals who are measured of something, who are inoculated or introduced of something, or even when these are actually our guests when you talk about focus group discussions. They will be labeled our participants. You talk about subjects when it's animals which are actually manipulated in the research. So when you talk about the respondents of the study, in the summary of findings, you just have to reiterate these are the types of participants or subjects or respondents that we have. How were they sampled? If they're when you talk about sampling design, we have two types. You have the parametric and the non-parametric, or probability versus non-probability sampling designs. Okay, so you'd say they were chosen through stratified random sampling, so to speak. Okay, and then what are the data gathering tools that you have utilized, and obviously what are the statistical tool that actually were utilized also in the research. So I said the most important methods lang. Okay, and then finally, which are the most important of the findings. So all in all, in the summary of findings, it is no longer containing figures which are already seen in your tables and graphs. That would be redundant, and you need only to include those results which are actually significant. I have told you about that a while back. How to write the summary of findings? Make sure that this part of the research, places the researcher within the broader context of how the research will contribute to improving the discipline. At the end of the day, we have to pull our discussions to the usefulness and practicality of the research. Okay, to begin with, you have this thing in mind. You would like to come up with the research which is responsive and relevant. And I wonder, how were you able to manage, completing a research when from the very beginning you thought it is useless, it is unresponsive, not relevant? Okay. Second is decide your storyline. I told you, you write the research is as if it's a story that you have crafted. For most teachers, they would say the research manuscript that you have happens to be a book that you author. Okay? That's why you have to place all of your energy writing it. You have to come up with the best version of the manuscript because that is your book. Okay. Now you have to decide your storyline in such way that which needs to be showcased, which should be the pattern of presentation of the findings, which are those that are truly important, that we are going to expound every now and then. Okay, so highlight on new and important findings, do not be redundant, and obviously the discussion must be well organized. Summarize the main points and link it with the objectives. One of the best practices of my students in the graduate school, as with that of my students in the College of Medicine, is that when they write the objectives, when they write rather the summary of findings, they will have to answer their objectives. So there are two columns. I will show you how they do it in a while. I have a very specific example. So these are the objectives or the statement of the problem, and obviously these are the answers to these particular objectives or statement of the problem. Now, just very quick, I say objectives, it says statement of the objectives when you are using what we refer to as experimental design or descriptive analytical design. You make use of the word statement of the problem if you make use of descriptive survey, descriptive correlational, descriptive inferential research design, including obviously your qualitative researches. Okay. Now, make use of the past tense. This is a common problem or fault that my students normally have during their defense. It's already chapter 5. So I swear everything needs to be already in a
Past tense, done.
Okay. Keep the summary of findings brief and clear, and then do not write it in a way that it becomes so flowery, colorful, using ambiguous words, etc. Why is that the case? You have to remember, my dear participants, students and faculty alike, that we are not there every time where our thesis, where our research manuscripts are. Probably they will be displayed in the library, and a lot of students will be browsing on it. A lot of institutions will be furnished of our papers, and from there, okay, they will be very interested and they will make use of it as their reference or whatsoever. We will not be there defending our results. We will not be there, making explanations of what we want to bring out, of what our standpoints are, of what we would want to mean, etc. So in other words, just be very simple, in terms of narrating the story. Do not make use of Miss Universe phrases, and you have to be very specific. Okay, neither are you allowed to discuss side issues. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, so I've told you, be anchored to your objectives. What the objectives are, that is what we answer. Okay, the findings may be lumped together. Example, you have plenty of variables, from demographic to socioeconomic to employment to academic to health-seeking behavior to health profile, so to speak. But if most of them, if not all of them, are insignificant, then you have to reiterate that all of the socio-demographic variables are insignificant. So you say socio-demographic, so you actually have had placed two profile variables together, the variables under demographic and the variables under socio-economic, so to speak. Okay, so you may actually get to lump together. For example, there is no significant difference as with the antibacterial property of karamay, mango, and manzanita leaf extracts with that of the positive control. You see, if you have had, if you did, for example, experimentation separate, okay, for these three plants, so to speak, but they yielded similar results, then you just have to lump them together in one sentence. Minsan, sabi natin, there is no significant difference on the knowledge, attitude, and practices of respondents when they are grouped according to their social demographic profile. If that is actually what you see there, rather than discussing about, social demographic profiles independently. Social demographic would talk about average monthly income, educational attainment, ethnicity, religion. Kung lahat naman yan, significant, or lahat naman sila insignificant, asuan mo na lang yang i-present sa significant of findings mo. Kasi sayang yung linya. Sayang yung linya. In fact, I always keep on repeating to obviously the participants of every training that I actually am invited as a speaker. Our journal publications would have to determine as well kung ilang pages ang meron tayo. As much as possible, kukunti ang pages na yan. Nagulat nga kami ni Ma'am Jinky last na publication namin because we were asked to pay 5,500 per page. Can you see that? 5,500 per page. So, and if the university can only pay 15,000 for that, no, and we nearly needed 40 something thousand, naintindihan? So why do we, find ways to make our research package, okay, a summary of the summary, so long that it will have to pass, okay, the board's approval of that particular journal where we are publishing. Okay, the findings may be lumped together, as I've told you, and the findings should follow the order of the specific questions or obviously the objectives. As I've told you, the objectives happen to be the steering wheel of the research paper until chapter 5, until after chapter 5, whatever the sequence of your objectives, that should exactly be how things are to be presented or arranged. I'll give you examples. I think the better way for you to learn is when you are cited of examples. No? This is lifted from one of our papers in the College of Allied Sciences, student research. Some of the findings. This study was conducted in order to determine the antibacterial property of Paco and Cabuyao ethanolic extracts against Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Klebsiella pneumoniae. The study used an experimental research design to evaluate the bacterial activity of the ethanolic extracts of the plants using the disc diffusion assay. There were 5 treatments with 4 replicates applied in the experimental units. Upon conducting the study, phytochemical analysis of the 2 plants were determined. Okay, look at element number 1. We said you have to write the major objective. What is the major objective there? No? Determine the antibacterial property of Paco and Cabuyao ethanolic leaf extracts. Number 2, you have to explain the most important of your methods. Where are the methods there? Number 1, research design. What is the research design? Experimental research design. Correct? Now, number 2, what are the subjects? No? Okay, we said that there are no animals or humans which are here, but apparently we showcased that we are going to make use of ethanolic leaf extracts. And what is the method that you're going to do to assess for bacterial effectiveness? We said it is disc diffusion assay, where we're going to measure for zone of inhibition, etc. Meron ba kayong nabasa dyan na zone of inhibition? Meron ba kayong resistance and susceptibility? Wala na. Naintindihan? Because apparently, when you talk about disc diffusion assay, you know that these are the expected results. And how did you do the research? I mean, the method, it says there were 5 treatments with 4 replicates. So, ibig sabihin, there are 5 treatments, okay? Treatment groups, treatment 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then, there were 4 replicates. 4 na beses niyang ginawa per yung treatment niya. So, okay, so it's only 1 trial. Wag niyo hanapin, ilang trial? 1 trial only. But 4 replicates, okay, and there were like 5 treatments. Okay, upon conducting the study, phytochemical analysis were also done. Okay, so you look, that is part 1 of your summary of findings. Okay, now part 2 of the summary of findings would be, in fact, the discussions of the results and their interpretations. Okay. Look at the discussions. That is paragraph number 2. Phytochemical screening showed that Paco ethanolic leaf extracts contain flavonoids, tannins, saponins, while that of the Cabuyao ethanolic extracts yielded this and that as phytochemical analysis or phytochemical contents. For those who are not science-based here, when you talk about phytochemicals, they are secondary metabolites. These are those that the plants contain, which we humans do not consume. Intindihan? Okay. So, and what is the practical thing about these phytochemical contents? They are actually transformed into medicines, antibiotics, dyes, whatsoever. They have other functions. They are not utilized by the plant. Intindihan? Okay. And these can have other practical usefulness, so to speak. Okay, is that the be all and be all? No. You look at the summary of findings in the second line, because we said that it made use of this diffusion assay to determine for the antibacterial effect. So dun sa first, was there a discussion of the antibacterial effect? No, it was only purely a discussion of the phytochemical screening. So this one tells you about the antibacterial property of the plant. So data also revealed that all the Paco-Liv ethanolic extract showed resistance. Resistance means it did not kill Pseudomonas aeruginosa, but displayed susceptibility, meaning there is zone of clearing. Zone of clearing would mean that it was able to kill Klebsiella pneumoniae. However, both organisms were resistant in all concentrations of the extracts prepared from the kabuyaw leaves. So sinasabi niya, sa Paco leaves, naintindihan, okay, yung ethanolic extracts across different treatments was resistant to aeruginosa, okay, but was susceptible to Klebsiella pneumoniae. And in terms of the kabuyaw leaves naman, the results reveal that all of the treatments were resistant. Okay? Test of difference in the antibacterial effect between the various concentrations of Paco and Kabuyaw through ANOVA obtained a p-value of 0.0, which shows a significant difference in zone of inhibition in terms of treatments. So what does it mean? Okay, well, you look at this. Further, the LSD test on the effect of positive control of on Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Klebsiella pneumoniae revealed that the mean zone of inhibition produced by the positive control was statistically different to the treatment concentrations of Paco and Kabuyaw. And later you would see in their conclusions that in fact, okay, the Paco and the Kabuyaw ethanolic leaf extracts cannot be, okay, substitute for the positive control. So in other words, hindi siya effective against the two organisms. So in other words, it does not have any antibacterial property against these two organisms. Now, will the researcher cry over this result? When he says, sabi ng statistics, wala daw effect, naintindihan? Hindi, wala sa kalingkingan. Hindi maging substitute, Kabuyaw and Paco leaf extracts yung ating standard na drug, yung positive control, so to speak. Will you actually cry? Of course not. Why? You do research on the very issue that you would want to add up to the pool of knowledge. In fact, even when the research result was negative, you added to the pool of knowledge that Kabuyaw and your Paco leaf extracts, ethanolic leaf extracts, do not have any antibacterial effect against Klebsiella pneumoniae and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. See? That is actually something new to us. Intindihan? And obviously, if you ask yourself, will I be able to publish this? Kasi ano naman, sir, gumastos kami, tapos ito lang pala, naintindihan. Okay, don't worry, there's such a thing as a journal for negative results. Kaya, when you are dealing with natural products researches, and these are the first lines of the activities you're going to investigate at, Dr. Bing and all the rest, Dr. Jane Kalagi would have to agree with me that you do not only stick with one or two plants. So you try a lot of plants, so to speak. But if your budget will not warrant, naintindihan? Kasi mahal nga naman, naintindihan? Doon lumalabas yung sinasabi nating literature review. The first part of the research, my dear friends, is the crafting of the objectives. Okay? The first part is literature review. You have the concept in mind. You have to look for literatures that would have to tell you that, well, the species, for example, of plants similar to the species of Paco and that of, or near the species of Kabuyaw, have displayed antimicrobial property against this and that. So I will try Kabuyaw and Paco. Baka meron din silang antibacterial property. Naintindihan? Magkaroon ka ng tinatawag nating preliminary investigation. Do not actually just start up choosing the plants which you think are available and then you proceed doing the assay. No. You have to make sure that you do literature search, because literature search would have to tell you these are those which are known these are those which are unknown. In other words, known. Sabi niya, tapos na ang usapin ng kabuyaw at pako. It has no antibacterial property again Pseudomonas and Klebsiella. So why do you need to do that again? Kung tapos na pala, it is already existing as in knowledge in science. And then the literature will have to tell you, these are yet those which are unknown. That is where you are going to explore. That is your focus. Okay? So example. Let's have example number 2. This time, I have chosen an arbitrary example. Arbitrary, gawa-gawa lang, hypothetical. Okay, it has something to do about teaching science in high schools of Province A. So you look. This study was conducted for the purpose of determining the status of teaching science in high schools of Province A. The descriptive method of research was utilized and the normative survey technique was used for gathering data. The questionnaire served as the instrument for collecting data, all the teachers handling science, and a 20% representative sample of students were the respondents. The inquiry was conducted in this particular year. Okay, so this is the first part of your summary of findings where it talks about the introduction of the research. What are the elements? Number 1, what is your general objective? So what is the objective there? Determine the status of teaching science in the high schools of Province A. Number 2, what about the summary of your methodologies? First, what is your research design? It says descriptive method using normative survey. So this is actually a descriptive survey research design. Okay. Now, second, who are your respondents? It talks about teachers handling science and 20% of the students, okay, that these teachers have. Okay. Third, what are the data gathering tools? It talks about a questionnaire, correct? And then when was it done? You talk about the specific year which actually was there. Okay. So that is part 1. Part 2 deals with what are the results of the study, because you talk about summary of findings. So what is the result? Of the 59 teachers, sorry for this, of the 59 teachers, 31 or 53.54% were bachelor in secondary education graduates and 3 or 5.08% were MA degree holders. The rest, which is 25 or 42.37%, were non-BSE baccalaureate degree holders with at least 18 educational units. Less than half of the teachers were science majors. If I still would have to improve on this, I will have to remove all of the figures which are there. Okay, because these were already seen in the table, not unless if there were no tables that were utilized in order to present the results. It could have been, for example, a pie chart or whatsoever there. That's why the author still have had, placed these statements like this here, where figures are actually seen. I finished PhD in science education. I also have had units. In fact, I'm a candidate for graduation for the Doctor of Public Administration. And I saw how different things, when you talk about research. It does not only talk about the research designs, but even as to how they are written. In scientific researches, when you reach the area summary of findings, we do not like figures there. We always would want to talk about trends. But if you talk about the other of human sciences research, they still would like to discuss, even until the part of the summary and findings about figures. But in the new ventures that we have for the trainings, the advanced trainings we have for researches, whatever discipline is that in the summary of findings, you have to get rid already of the figures. Okay. This is exactly what I was talking a while back. When you are to prepare your findings of the study or summary of findings vis-a-vis your specific objectives. So you go back to the first example which I gave you. It has something to do about the antibacterial activity of pako and the kabuyao ethanolic leaf extracts against 2 organisms, right? So if you look into the objectives, the first objective is determine the phytochemical components of pako and kabuyao, because the phytochemical components would have to tell us whether they have really the antibacterial activity. Okay. Number 2, determine the antibacterial effect, using the following concentrations. Now you realize that there are pure extract or the crude extract, and then there are diluted extracts coming in the concentrations 75%, 50%, and then 25%. Okay. And then obviously there are 2 more objectives. Determine if there is a significant difference in the antibacterial effect between the various concentrations of Paco and Cabuyao leaf ethanolic extracts. And the last one is determine if there's a difference in the antibacterial effect when various concentrations of Paco and Cabuyao leaf ethanolic extracts are compared to that of the positive control. I'm sorry that we cannot divulge the positive control now. Okay, so that's actually grounded by...
mag-antigen
Okay. So, since we're talking about the objectives, phytochemical objectives, you look at the findings. So, nandiyan na yung kanya mga phytochemical properties, flavonoids, tannins, saponins, etc. And obviously, for those who are non-science majors or not science inclined, I think you should know what these phytochemical substances are for, what these secondary metabolites are for. And then for objective number 2, the answer is here. About your zone of inhibition, okay, and obviously you have also reiterated that some of the results are resistant. Resistant, ibig sabihin there's no zone of clearing. Inuulit ko for the second time around. If it is resistant, then it is not displaying any antibacterial property. If it has the zone of inhibition, then it it can promise, I say can promise an antibacterial property. I heard Professor Hilaria Barzabal yesterday, including 2 of your speakers, Ma'am Joy Lorica and Dr. J. Asuncion. And one of the things which I would want to highlight, based on the learnings you probably have had derived from Professor Hilaria Barzabal, are the differences between a clinically significant and a statistically significant result. When you talk about clinical significance in the parlance of science, there is an activity. The case of antibacterial investigation we have, there was a zone of inhibition. But does it tell that it is effective? No, because you still have to run what we refer to as statistics. These are what we refer to as your sufficiency tests. You run for clinical testing, you run or validate clinical testing through statistics to come up with whether or not it is actually statistically significant. So if the results in statistics says there is no significant difference, there is no significant difference, ibig sabihin, walang pagkakaiba yung epekto ng treatment group mo, yung halamang damot for that matter, with that of your positive control, then it has a promise as a particular antibacterial drug. Yun yung ibig sabihin niya. So pag clinical, hayaan mo lang, meron siyang zone of inhibition, okay, meron, but you still have to fulfill one element, and that is proceeding with the statistics. Kaya nga, when you have values, okay, in your research, nanghihinayang ako lalo na pag hindi ka umabot sa tinatawag nating inferential statistics. Because, sabi ko nga, the statistical results would have to bear much on obviously the application of your research soon. Okay, so is that the be-all and would-be-all? No. Okay, nandito yung ibang mga findings niya. So this is just good to reiterate that each of the objectives answered succinctly in the summary of findings. Now if you say, yung findings mo, sir, parang naman, hindi na yan ang summary of findings. In fact, summary na yan. Kasi kung tutuusin mga anak, mga kaibigan, how many tables do we have to expect here? Actually, there are 4 tables. And when you're talking about chapter 4, which is your which is our presentation, discussion, and interpretation, I surmise for each table, because you have 4 objectives, 1 objective per table, if that would be the least thing you can do. In fact, for some tables, for some objectives, it can be answered by more tables, so to speak. Marami pang tables yan. So, ibig sabihin, ito na yung summary lang, okay, ng ating findings per objective. So, this is one of the best practices I surmise that you can also have or you can adapt for your students to actually consider. Okay, second one, we talk about the conclusions. We're done with the summary of findings, we proceed with the conclusions. This part of the study explain what the findings of the study mean in a very encapsulated form. For me, the best way to attack the conclusion is you answer the title. What is your title? Okay, and give me the implication of your title. So if the title a while back talks about antibacterial effect of kabuyaw and pako leaf ethanolic extracts on Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Klebsiella pneumoniae. So what is our result now? There is no antibacterial property, okay, of those plants. And it says, what is the implication? On the very issue that perhaps even the secondary metabolites are there, they are small in terms of quantity. Intindihan? So sabi mo, sir, meron siyang secondary metabolites. It has saponins, it has tannins. So it should have antibacterial property. Wait, intindihan? How much of the concentration do we need to display an antibacterial property? That's the answer. The problem is you did not quantify in your research. You only did a qualitative analysis. You just have had tested and therefore you enumerated. You did not proceed until the level of quantifying how much concentration of these secondary metabolites are in that particular extract. So kahit meron, pero hindi enough to give an effect. Okay? So yun yung conclusion niya. Okay. Intindihan? Okay. No? It must emphasize on how the study results influence our knowledge or understanding of the research problem being studied. So sabi ko nga, you have to give in your all in your conclusion so that at least we will come up with the very good recommendations. You remember, we cannot recommend things which are not forming part of our conclusions. And the conclusions were actually based on the previous parts of the research. Okay, so let's try. You look at the conclusion. It says, Pako ethanolic extract at high concentration show antibacterial effect against Klebsiella pneumoniae, but not as effective as the positive control. On the other hand, it has no antibacterial effect against Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Kabuyaw ethanolic extract has no antibacterial effect against Klebsiella pneumoniae and aeruginosa. See, sabi niya, wala siyang antibacterial effect. Period. Intindihan? Okay, so at least it's factual. Mga anak, do not pull your research into a result which you wanted. Gawin natin merong effect. Ay, hindi. Naintindihan? Because you have to remember that people might be challenging you so that they can do the research. Remember, it's research. They can do searching again. They should, they can test you in the way that they would have to duplicate your research so that they can refute or affirm with your findings. You cannot hide and you should not hide the methodologies in your research. See? So it's as simple. Sabihin mo, wala siyang antibacterial property. Now, sabi ko kanina, bakit wala siyang antibacterial property? Because even when the secondary metabolites are there, okay, it was not enough to actually kill the organisms. You see? Naintindihan? So there still is a point that we can actually conclude on this, we can actually improve on this conclusion. These are the works of our students. Naintindihan? I just have had taken para mag-ponder din tayo, okay, so will that be good enough? No, it would be better if you place the implication that obviously while the secondary metabolites are present, they are not actually concentrated to display antibacterial effect. Very good. Okay, so how do we write the conclusions? Conclusions must be logical and valid outgrowths upon the findings. Okay, only conclude some things from obviously your objectives. Minsan ang dami-dami mong conclusion. Sabi ko, bakit litany ang conclusion niya? Saan galing lahat ito? Tapos yun pala, similar with the understanding of a research kasi when you do experiments when you were in elementary and high school, the conclusion should answer the objectives. No. Intindihan? Okay. the objectives, okay, are explicitly described, no, in the summary of findings, no? Yung findings niya. If this is objective, these are the findings. The conclusion answers your title. What now? Naintindihan? After all of your presentations, answer, no, your title. That is, no, your conclusion. No? Should not contain any numerals, should appropriately answer specific questions in the order that are given under the statement of the problem. Okay? So example, the conclusion that can be drawn from findings in example number 2, no? All the teachers were qualified to teach in high school, but majority of them are not qualified to teach science. Correct? Sabi natin, di ba? Bakit sila magtuturo ng science? Eh, hindi naman sila, no, BSE major in science. Of course, naintindihan? Huwag mong sabihin, magtuturo ang isang physical education teacher ng science, no? If I am, no, to consider that as a philosopher and as an administrator, I would say no amount of training, okay, can actually capacitate someone in order to fit him or her to teach something which he is not actually prepared of. Naintindihan? May kaya tinatawag na specialization. Specialization. So they were not qualified to teach science. Okay? Okay. So, so ganyan, no? Madali lang, no? Okay, yan yung findings. Ito yung ating mga findings kanina. So from these findings, what about our conclusions? Okay, so we concluded that, okay, it is not actually displaying any antibacterial property, period. Okay. Now, from the example, no, okay, that we had a while back, example number 2, from the findings that the majority of teachers were non-science majors and the facilities were less than the need of the students, what have been factually learned are that the majority of the faculty were not qualified to teach science and the science facilities were inadequate. So it cannot be concluded that a science teaching in the or that science teaching in high schools of province A was weak, because we did not even dwell with analyzing whether, no, the instruction was weak or was it effective, no? O sasabihin natin, despite, no, okay, the fact that they are not qualified, it is with frugal we say that, no, they are still effective in teaching, that we still manage teaching science. That was not part of the objective. So why should you include that, naintindihan, in your findings, or why should you include that even in your conclusions? Okay? In fact, if you add this to your conclusions, this is what we refer to as you are already justifying, no, some things, no. Okay, hindi sila qualified, pero okay lang kasi maganda naman at maayos naman na pagtuturo ng science. Why should you actually, no, add these things up when they are not proven in the research? Okay? So we stick with those which you see in your objectives. So if you try to take a look, my dear students, all parts of the research are actually anchored by your objectives. Kahapon, no, one of the questions that Dr. Lorica has to answer is, which part of the research is most important? On her bias, because her talk was actually on the presentation of the results, I'm sure the answer is presentation of the results. The meat of the research is actually on the results. Yes, that is lame. But will you be able to answer the results without the objectives? That is a big no. That is a big no. So, if you are still on the proposal stage, yes, please remember, the most important would be your objectives. But when you are already finished with your data analysis, and when you are writing already the research, and the entire research was born, then the best part or the most important part would already be your chapter 4, where the results are. Because the objectives will just have to throw us to coming up with hypotheses, correct? But this hypothesis needs to be answered. And where are the answers? They are in chapter 4. And therefore, if I have to be asked again, which is the most important part? With the word most there, it would depend where you are in your research. Because if you're still writing for the proposal, which is phase 1, there's no such thing as chapter 4. You only end up until chapter 3, correct? That is your methodology. But when you are able to complete the research, that is the time that Dr. Joy Lorica would be right. And I would have to agree with her that it is in fact chapter 4 where all the results are already written and discussed. Okay. Now, answer the research problem or the title. KISS. Kaya Ma'am Jinky, sabi niya, KISS, KISS, KISS. Yan din, KISS. Ano yung KISS? Mahilig kasi siya sa KISS. No? Keep it short and simple. So, how many paragraphs? You don't need, no? 2 or more paragraphs there. The exact question should be, how many sentences? If you can have it answered by 1 sentence, that's good. But if you can have it in 2 sentences, so to speak, okay, no? It still is okay. It still is okay. Okay? Okay, let's proceed now. No? Should be worded if they are 100. Should be worded as if they are already 100% true and correct, because this is already your conclusions. You should not make use of the words may. Okay. May have. Okay. Can have. Okay? You make use of the stronger words, okay? But please do not generalize, okay? If there's no need, to generalize, it always would have to be dependent on your research design, okay? Why research design? In particular, in your sampling design. Because if your sampling design is non-probability sampling, what is non-probability sampling? Example, you'd have your purposive sampling, you have your quota sampling, convenience sampling, snowball technique, mga ganyan. You do not really generalize. Why? Because that is the limitation of what we refer to as the non-probability sampling designs. That the results only holds true to those who participated in the research. So be careful. Be careful. You cannot say, this can be inferred to a global context. Wait lang. Ano ba ang sampling design mo? Non-probability. Magimamo ka nin. Wait lang. Preno ka. Naintindihan? Hindi. Naintindihan? Okay. And obviously, what you're going to place there in your conclusion should not be repeated anywhere in your paper. These are dangers to avoid in drawing conclusions. Number 1, bias. When you would want to pull your research results to the results you would wish to showcase in your study. Intindihan? Second, incorrect interpretation of the findings. Okay? You would say, this is exactly the meaning of my research. But wait, there are what we refer to as loopholes of your research. Where do you see the loopholes? Number 1, you look into your scope and delimitation. Under scope and delimitation. Part of your scope and delimitation would talk about the respondents of the study. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Sa respondents of the study, you have to remember issues on what we refer to as internal validity and external validity. External validity has something to do about the validity of our sampling size, valid sample size. Kulang ang sample size mo. Intindihan? So wag mong ilahatin yan. Na pangkahalatan yung resulta mo, ito lang naman pala ang sampling size na ginawa natin. Intindihan? Okay, second, we'd talk about internal validity having something to do about the character of your respondents. And second, the tools for data gathering. Intindihan? Tools for data gathering. Okay? And obviously, under your, how do you call it? The scope and delimitations, forming part of that, other than obviously the character of your population, the methods for data gathering would be the duration. Intindihan? Sabi mo, this is holding through all throughout the year. Wait lang. Intindihan? For example, those which have had been done after the pandemic, researches after the pandemic, definitely will not right, cannot be applied during this time that we have a pandemic. In fact, it will have to depend on what type of pandemic you are into. Hindi niyan? Kasi maraming klase ng pandemic. Itong COVID-19, this is a pandemic brought about by a virus, no? But this is not exactly, how things are when we talk about pandemic brought about by obviously your parasites. Okay, may pagkakaiba yan. Anyway, that's taken in another subject, in medicine. Okay, so we have incorrect comparison, abuse of the correlation of data, misleading results, and when you do explanations, in order to justify your conclusions. Okay? And then the last one, before I proceed with three, or I think I have four examples, so that you will be learning. My students learn basically because of the examples that are given them. Okay, here are the salient points you have to know about your recommendations. Number one, recommendations asks two major questions. What is next? Most of the flaws of our students in writing the recommendation is recommendation number one, that the next researchers will dwell on that instead of the bark, the leaves will also be utilized, that we consider making use of another method. Wait lang, akala ko ba what is next? Ang drama ng recommendation is future. If this is your paper, what else? Where will this go? Nakakainis lang minsan na. For example, this has antibacterial property. This has anti-urolithiatic property. This has antiviral, antifungal. This has anti-hypertension property. Okay? So, papalakpak ka na nga sa conclusion eh. Pagkatapos kung mabasa yung first recommendation, that other parts of the plant, wait lang, back to zero ka na naman. Hindi ba pwedeng, di ba, futuristic, nalaman mo na yung leaves na yan ay may potency, may effective, okay, property. So, anong gagawin natin dyan? Ang problema natin mga Pinoy, mahilig tayo kasing bumalik. Naintindihan? Puro tayo, kaya hindi tayo mabilis na umusad. Ang dami-daming researchers at ang dami-daming researches sa Pilipinas. Saan umaabot ang research? Yun yung malaking tanong. In fact, that is a challenge that I have been laying to my friends in the consortium, in the Cagayan Valley Health Research Development Consortium. Lagi kasi tayong nasa basics, wala nang nag-a-advance. Nasa ang mga clinical trial research natin? We found it effective here. We please proceed to phase 3. We please proceed to phase 4 if it's effective in phase 3. Intindihan? Dapat ganun. Hindi yung recommendation number 1 mo, babalik ka na naman sa square 1. Hanggang ma-congest lahat. Naaral mo na antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral, antiparasitic, anti-urolithiatic, anti-hypertension, anti-diabetic, lahat na ng anti naaral mo na. What's next? You cannot say, ngal-ngaling yun at amin, di kita bulungan. Nangotan nung amin nga nga, bulungkan yan. Hindi pwede. Maintindihan? For me kasi, matutuwa ako if there is a folkloric use. Sa akin, the very thing I would have to ask first about a plant which is utilized in the community as a herbal drug is, are there evidences of folkloric use? You know why? It is dangerous that they are using it already without scientific evidences. Baka hindi nakatulong, baka nakakasama pa nga. See? Kaya importante sa akin yung folklore. Hindi folkloric na ginagamit na nila. Ibig sabihin may promise. Hindi. The intention I have there is bilisan nating malaman kung ang talagang folkloric use na i-claim nila is that it is actually a promising plant. Intindihan? Should it be a promising plant, then let's process it, okay, to become the drug that we want. Intindihan? Parang ganun. Okay, so what is next? What else can be done to improve the research? Now, the item, the second item, what else can be done to improve the research, would talk about the flaws, the gaps in the conduct of your research. You have to admit it that you can better the research study, in particular, your methodology. And I always would have to tell my students, no, the last parts of your recommendations should answer, number one, your scope and delimitation. Remember that. Bakit importante yung scope and delimitation? The scope and delimitation will have to tell you, ito dapat yung gagawin, kaso there is constraints in terms of time, budget, technology, people who will help us. Intindihan? So sinasabi, nagja-justify ka na sa scope and delimitation. Ito sana ang gagawin, kaso hindi namin magawa kasi, and therefore in your recommendations, what should be done? Intindihan? That's first, no? Scope and delimitation. Second one, no? Okay, you would have to look into, obviously, the methodology. Intindihan? Baka naman ang methodology mo, kailangan i-upgrade natin. Okay? So if I say, so where then will we base our recommendations? Number one would be your conclusions. You cannot start recommending from any part of the research if not for your conclusions. Kaya nga, the first question you have to answer is, what is next? The other recommendations, those which are already, the last part, would be talking about, okay, your scope and delimitations in your methodology. Now, I keep on repeating, minsan, ang mga estudyante ko, even until the graduate school, Masters in Public Health, Doctor of Philosophy, Major in Science Education, so to speak, may problema patungkol sa kanilang recommendation. Ang dami-dami nilang nire-recommend. And at the end, I would have to ask, where are these recommendations coming from? They were not even part of the research. At masasabi niya, oo nga po. Oo nga po. You see, this is very simple, no? Sabi niya, knowledge, attitude, and practices of children in oral health. Okay? Ang ganda ng title, knowledge, attitude, practices of school children on oral health. Sabi na natin, school children sa igig, wag ko na munang sabihin, arbitrary na lang yun. Okay. So, ang recommendation niya, nakita mo, sa conclusion niya, sabi niya, the level of knowledge is too high, but their attitude and practices are low. Intindihan? So they have good knowledge, they have good grasp of knowledge, but they have poor attitude and knowledge and practices. You'd have to answer for yourself, bakit kaya? Kaya nga conclusion they have good grasps of knowledge about oral health, but they are found to have poor attitude and practices because there is no provisions of the kits for oral hygiene. Yun pala, indigenous community pala ito. Wala pa silang nakitang toothbrush at wala pa silang natikmang toothpaste. Naintindihan? Sabi mo, nag-lecture ka lang sa kanila. Alam nila about the oral health. Alam nila may toothbrush, pero hindi pa sila nakahawak man lang ng sipilyo, so to speak. So what do you expect? Mataas yung knowledge nila, pero mababa yung attitude and practices nila. There was a research we did in Ugaksur. KAP, knowledge, attitude, and practices on dengue fever, because all throughout the years, for the past 10 years, number one, tapping the chart in terms of barangays in Tuguegarao City would be Ugac Norte for the prevalence and incidence of dengue fever. Intindihan? Okay, bakit laging mataas doon? Ano ba yung knowledge? Mataas yung knowledge nila. Yun nga lang, attitude and practices nila poor. Bakit poor? To begin with, wala naman pala silang gamit para linisin yung mga areas ng mga bahay nila na may kanal, wala naman pala silang walis, mga ganyan. So, actually, kung wala silang walis, yun yung recommendation. Don't place in your recommendation to make the information education campaign intensive. Would that still be necessary when you were told that the knowledge is already very good? Ay, isi ka pa rin ba? Hindi na. Dig deeper. Where lies the issue? In the case of the oral health, provide them with the oral hygiene kits. Okay? In the case of dengue fever, provide them with the materials. In other words, capacitate them. That is actually talking about recommendations. See? don't make use of the Miss Universe. No? Sabi ko nga kanina na to improve the quality of life by establishing programs. No? Lagi kong lalagyan ng question, binibirugan ko yan. I would have to say, what programs are you referring? No? Intensify information education. What needs to be intensified? No? Forming part of the information education, no? That are currently in place. Programs which are in place. Intindihan? Okay. So guidelines, it should have the aim and effort to solve problems in the study. It should ensure a continuous benefit being accorded to the universe, okay, the mankind being involved. No? And then these are the points that I actually would like to share about the recommendations. Number one, focus on the conclusion. Yun, no? Okay, you first look into the conclusions and you make or curb recommendations from that. Have it itemized from the most important to the least important. Intindihan? In terms of urgency, so to speak, which needs to be addressed now, no? Which needs to be addressed later. Do not overdo discussion on how to improve the research to give the impression that the research quality is so poor. No? Na ang dami-dami mo. Imagine, nakakita ako ng paper, 30 ba naman ang recommendation? Parang sinasabi niya na pangit yung research namin, 30. Pinuno ko na lang po ng recommendation. My God, naintindihan? Okay. Now, state in concise and direct terms, how would you like the stakeholders or beneficiaries to do concerning the study? I think my team in the health research, okay. For example, I have the core shelter team. In the core shelter team, I have Ma'am Lily, Sir Jack, and Ma'am Jinky. I have the COVID team. The COVID team is where you have Dr. J. Asuncion, Professor Jennifer Luyun, Dr. Jake Canapi, Professor Erwin Rimban. Okay, and then I have the DOH projects with Dr. Joanna Kalubakib, with Dr. Angie Rabanal, with Ma'am Jinky and Ma'am Lily again. And obviously, I have my research assistants. Now they realized, okay, that when we are going to present it in a research colloquia, because they would want to hear from us. These are the funded projects that we have, and they would want to learn from us over a wide spectrum of audience, from the mayors to the regional directors of regional line agencies to obviously our barangay officials and a whole lot more. Okay, they would always have to ask, so we have a program like this. How can we shoot, okay, your research there? Because we are inspired with, okay, your recommendation, this and that. See, you talk about livelihood. I will give you a story. When this core shelter project is one of the best projects I have, setting aside obviously the schistosoma project, which made me famous. The core shelter project was so interesting, so that after I have discussed it in the Regional Development Council under the auspices of the National Economic Development Authority, DTI actually was so interested. Dr. Capili, we would want to help the core shelter residents in terms of livelihood, because he said that there's a need for us to actually provide livelihood for them, considering obviously their expertise. So they asked us already, do you have a lists of the expertise or skills of people there, so that we will be able to do matching of the intervention that we have for them? And I was so glad to say, yes, ma'am, that formed part of our research. See? Kasi totoo naman, marami silang pwedeng ibigay na tulong, pero alin dun? It should be matching, okay, the features, the skills that, the intended recipients of this vis-a-vis help, okay, must be. So parang ganon, And then LGU also came in. And then all other stakeholders, even CHED invited us to present the paper, because we said that it should be that the core shelters become an adapted community where we can pour our extension projects, mga ganyan. So a lot of the institutions, in fact, if I will have to tell you, the College of Allied Health Sciences and the graduate school made use of that particular research, okay, the core shelter research, as basis for having adopted the core shelters as their extension community. So we made the community profile already. See, that's how okay, it is done for our recommendations. People will have to be excited to be part of your research. The thing is, where will they be coming? Where are they to come in? Okay? Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, about research utilization. Okay, so I said about the scope and the limitations, the conclusions, and the methodologies forming part of your basis for writing your recommendations. Okay, so I said I'll give you several of examples. Okay, so I took randomly examples coming from the College of Allied Health Sciences. These are products of our faculty and students. So research number 1, prevalence of respiratory distress syndrome among newborns in Cagayan Valley Medical Center. This is a research which actually won and was cited in the Department of and the Philippine Council for Health Research Development, the research colloquia for this year. And it was also given citation by the ARCCP, okay, of the respiratory therapy department. So this is by Ms. Darlene Caleda. Okay, so the title is there. You look at the summary. The demographic profile of newborns with respiratory distress syndrome admitted in CVMC mostly comprises of male infant, comes from different municipalities, but majority are from Tuguegarao City and Solana, that are classified to be low, very low birth weight. Almost all of the infants with RDS are firstborn child. Clinical profile of the respondents are commonly at appropriate for gestational age when born, APGAR scores ranging from 8 to 10, which indicates that they are well baby. However, all the respondents in this study were prematurely born. Some comorbidities, may mga sakit sila, Okay, they may be well babies, but apparently since they were premature, there were comorbidities reported. Example, sepsis and congenital anomalies. Okay, nagkakaroon sila ng mga mga congenital deficiencies or anomalies that affects these infants, but very rare. Most of them experience RDS disease alone. Chest X-ray with arterial blood gas analysis are often used to diagnose these infants. Continuous ambu bagging and drop light are the common supportive treatment given because of the scarcity of continuous positive airway pressure machine and mechanical ventilators in the previous years. The RDS baby usually got worse within 1 to 2 days, and then apparently, most of the mothers, because there are 2 respondents, so the babies suffering from RDS and obviously the mothers. So these are the profile variables of the mothers. So tulad ng sinasabi ko kanina, so sinasabi niya, pre-profile niya muna yung baby, tas pre-profile niya yung mothers. Yes, kaya yung second na paragraph mo yan, yung profile ng mothers. The mothers of these babies diagnosed to be with respiratory distress syndrome, ages 27 to 33 years old, unemployed, with income less than 15,000 per month, and the firstborn child happened to be the blah blah. Marami pa yan. Majority of them did not experience the above-mentioned disease. Cesarean delivery section is common in mothers as type of delivery, and moms who did not take any medications or vitamins during pregnancy is greater in number compared to those who did. Most of them are not smokers nor alcohol drinkers. So anyway, kinuha ko lang to dun sa mga manuscript na sinubmit niya. The prevalence of RDS syndrome among newborns confined in neonatal intensive care unit of CVMC for the year 2014 to 2018 is 5.5% for every 1,000 live births. The neonate's weight, classification, estimated gestational age, length of hospital stay are found significant and highly significant in the prevalence of RDS, the mother's monthly income, etc. Showed association in having the disease. Okay. So yan yung kanyang summary of findings. In fact, ilan ang kanyang objectives? 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are the conclusion. The conclusion. Look at the title. Sabi natin, the conclusion answers the title. Prevalence of respiratory distress syndrome among newborns in CVMC. Okay. The 5-point prevalence of RDS in CVMC is 5.5 in every 1,000 neonatal deliveries. It seems to be of high prevalence during 2014 to 2017 period because of limited resources in the medical center as well as unawareness of the mothers to risk factors of the RDS. However, it decreased in the year 2018 since different management approach was already given, such as mechanical ventilators and surfactant replacement therapy. The status of RDS, even when there is observed decrease in prevalence during these years, and that the factors causing RDS are slowly addressed, remains to be a threat to neonates in the next coming years. See? So, yung sinasabi niya, bumaba, pero nandun pa din. Bakit siya bumaba? Kasi meron ng mga ventilators at surfactant replacement therapy. Now, if that is the conclusion, what were her recommendations? Number 1, formulation of an education campaign focused on the risk factors and prevention of pregnant mothers on respiratory distress syndrome, that must be adopted and strengthened by municipalities with high cases of RDS like that of Tuguegarao, Solana, Tabuk, and Kalinga. The said educational campaign should also be cascaded until the barangay level of all municipalities in the region. Kasi, if you ask the mothers now, perhaps even kayo, ano ba yung RDS? Hindi nyo pa nga alam. Hindi yung mga nanay, basta nanganak lang, magugulat lang sila, RDS pala yung baby nila. Hindi alam ng mga tao ngayon about the RDS. Okay? What was her next recommendation? More rigid monitoring on the implementation and evaluation of the National Safe Motherhood Program that is centered in improving women's health. Stringent guidelines must be done to ensure that clinical checkups must be given free, okay, etc. No? Since there's increasing number of RDS, there's a need to train doctors and other healthcare providers in management of RDS patients. Kasi honest to goodness, hindi pa talaga nila alam kung paano i-manage. No? There's likewise a need to upgrade facilities and equipment in hospitals, in other healthcare facilities. Formulation of a program by the Department of Health on early detection and management of respiratory distress syndrome and its implementation in healthcare institutions was also recommended. See? So, 4 lang, naintindihan, yung kanyang recommendations, pero RAC. R-A-C-K, RAC talaga. RAC, pag sinabi kong RAC, bakit na RAC yung spelling yung RAC? RAC. Kasi for me, pag yun yung recommendation mo, parang, wow, no? Ito talbay pangil yung recommendation mo. Ito yung gusto mong mangyari, no? Matamaan ng matamaan, pero ito talaga ang kulang, no? Sabi ng CVMC, sinasabi binanggit sa research na kulang talaga kami ng training and all that. Totoo naman, naintindihan? We cannot hide things here. You know, one thing which I don't like when people, make research would be the issue on side playing, no? Or probably issue on being reclusive, no? Baka malaman nila about the research results, malaman nila, and so malaman nila, mas magandang malaman nila eh. Kasi hanggat may problema, no, sabihin na natin kung anong problema. Rather than expecting a lot from these stakeholders, hindi naman natin ine-expose yung problema. Ako, as a researcher, gusto ko talaga to the widest ang marating ng aking research. Why? Who would know? No? Every time that you're presenting them, every time that people would have to read them, they would have the impression, ito nga, kailangan natin gawin ito. Kailangan natin gawin ito. No? Some people, organizations, and offices may be passive. But I would like to reiterate, there's still those who are really active and are engaged. Okay? Second research is determinants of non-adherence to treatment of drug-resistant TB in Apari Provincial Hospital. No? Apari Provincial Hospital Programmatic Management of Drug-Resistant TB Satellite Treatment Center. So this is actually a paper prepared by Dr. Shainet Batara Galapia. the head of the TB Center of Apari District Hospital. Okay? So, ang problema niya, matitigas ang mga ulo ng mga taong merong drug-resistant tuberculosis. Sasabihin mo, hindi na uso yan. Okay lang kapag simpleng tuberculosis lang. Ang problema dito mga kapatid, drug-resistant na ito. If so na nagkakalat sila ng drug-resistant, from the word drug-resistant, hindi na ito magagamot, naintindihan? Ng kung ano-anong medications lang. At kung ito ay nag-mutate pa, like COVID, naku, lagot. Mamamatay na lahat din sa drug-resistant TB. Naintindihan? Ginawa niya ito nung wala pang COVID, kaya siguro pinili niya drug-resistant tuberculosis. But you know, with the COVID now, I would have to reiterate, there are unfinished business in terms of health. No? Napabayaan na natin ang hypertension, napabayaan na rin ang drug-resistant tuberculosis, napabayaan na, naintindihan, yung iba pang mga problema, naintindihan about health. Nakafocus lahat tayo sa COVID-19 na yun. Naintindihan. So anyway, during her time, no, ito yung malaking problema, yung drug-resistant tuberculosis. So tingnan mo yung summary of findings niya. No? So she described about the respondents, no? Okay. And then he would, the next line would talk about majority of the participants were highly knowledgeable about the etiology of TB, the symptoms of TB, for not completing the treatment for TB. The respondents were only somewhat knowledgeable about the modes of transmission for TB, which is alarming, no? Okay. They also revealed the respondents were a whole lot more. Ito yung summary of findings niya. No? Hindi ko na kasi mabasa dahil may nakaharang sa baba. Okay, most of the respondents had somewhat positive perception towards taking their daily medications, as well as on the adverse drug reactions. Example would be abdominal pain, diarrhea, discoloration of the eyes. No? Okay, far location of treatment center, lack of financial capacity, lack of family support were perceived as by the respondents as somewhat positive in terms of reasons for missing their daily intake of medications. The program implementers did not share this perception, as a greater number had a somewhat negative perception on the patient's adherence to treatment. ANOVA was utilized. Incidence is 5, no? But only 3 were included in the study. No? Malaki na rin yung 5 kapag drug-resistant TB, tapos may 5 sa community nyo, kakatakot yan. The determinants identified to affect non-adherence to DRTB is significant in terms of municipality, alcohol consumption, history of TB, and all the rest. So anyway, for the summary of findings lang, please be that I told you it is anchored, no, obviously, to your objectives. So how many objectives do you have there? If these are the objectives, then please prepare a summary of findings for that particular objective. No? Okay, so let's look at how good the conclusion is. Remember, what is the conclusion about? It should answer the title, right? So you know about the title. Ano yung conclusion niya? The participants were highly knowledgeable about TB as a result of participation in general assemblies, which have resulted in their improved adherence to treatment regimen. The incidence of non-adherence to treatment of DRTB at Apari, provincial hospital, blah, blah, was relatively lower as compared to the national LTFU incidence, which stemmed from the interventions adopted by the treatment center to increase adherence to treatment of DRTB. Addressing determinants of non-adherence to DRTB treatment requires enhanced efforts to recognize these factors early to be able to apply timely intervention to circumvent the current cases of non-adherence to treatment. So nasagot niya yung kanyang title. Okay, these are the recommendations. One thing I like about the recommendation of Doktora, naintindihan, is number 5, propose a program. Why? Ito yung hinanap ng Department of Health para mapaigting, naintindihan, yung DRT. Sorry, nasaan yung program? Okay, here is the doble ko. Ito, pinicturan ko na lang. No? So nag-prepare siya ng program plan to arrest drug-resistant tuberculosis. These are just but part of the program, no? A little part of the program that she actually prepared. Okay. Next. Okay. Ito na yung ating siguro last of my examples. Extent of compliance, challenges, and factors affecting the implementation of COVID-19 mitigation measures in the eastern barangays of Tuguegarao City. Before that, mapapansin niyo siguro, bakit lahat ngayon, ang presentation ni Dr. Capili is more of like descriptive research. No? Hindi ako ngayon, unlike in the previous trainings and seminars that I am invited, my focus would be your experimental research because I have a good knowledge of the animal protocol, so to speak. Pero ngayon, no, parang nakalimang examples na ako, puro descriptive pa din, no? Because it's so hard really to perform experimental studies now that we are in a pandemic. Intindihan? I must say, madali sana in my context, no, as an individual who does it. But for students and for beginners or budding researchers, so to speak, mahirap sa kanila, okay, gumawa ng experimental type of researches. Well, to begin with, no, the protocols, because when you work in a laboratory, okay, you have to stay in the lab. When you work with animals, there should be close monitoring, no, with the animals. No? You cannot afford to commit mistakes. You have only 1% beta error. Sabi nga natin, 99% level of level of accuracy. No? Okay? Confidence interval is actually 99%. Mahirap ang mag-experimental research. So anyway, this is the research of Mr. Kelvin Dagiao. Professor Dagiao is also teaching in the respiratory therapy department. Kung mapapansin nyo, hindi ko lang sila ginawang arte. Sila ay public health practitioners. No? Okay. So anyway, that is the title of the study. So mapapansin nyo yung kanyang summary of findings. Okay. Would answer yung kanyang mga objectives. If only we have the chance to be shown of his objectives, then that is how he answered his objectives. Actually, mahaba yung objectives nito. If I'm not mistaken, nasa 7. Okay? And then, what about the conclusion? Because the conclusion answers the title. No? The barangays were fully compliant on the implementation of the Interagency Task Force guidelines on COVID-19 mitigation measures. The barangay administrators established resilience on the prevention and control of COVID-19. However, despite this effort, some factors that include social norms, perceived severity, and vulnerability affects the residents' compliance. Furthermore, the number of quarantine facilities were insufficient and cannot accommodate the COVID-19 confirmed cases. These concerns need to be addressed by the local government officials immediately, immediate interventions must be implemented. Lastly, rigorous and stringent enforcement and execution of the policies and protocols must be established to maintain physical and mental resilience, reduction of transmission, contact, and duration of COVID-19 infection, and eradicate the disease to attain COVID-19 free communities. Okay? And then yan yung kanyang litany ng kanyang recommendations. Okay? Hinighlight yung number 3, the local government unit in collaboration with the Department of Health and the Department of Labor and Employment should allocate funds to address health worker shortage in the grassroots. No? Okay, particularly midwives that cater to vital health services in the barangay. Kawawa naman yung mga midwives to include your barangay health workers. Okay? Because there's only one midwife, no? So, per barangay. Buti pa yung barangay health worker, there is supposed to be one barangay health worker per purok. But for the midwife, no, she's alone. In most instances, no, one midwife is assigned 2 or even 3 barangays, so to speak. No? So, depende yan. So, yeah. So, sabi ko, to end, no, my dear friends, you have to remember that the research is your story. No? We are just but spectators of your story. You were the ones who exactly saw what is there in the community. We did not have the chance to visit the community. In fact, we do not even know that what you are telling is exactly the condition in the community. But believing that the research is a work of science and that you are qualified working on that particular topic, we trust that your research results are accurate. And with that, my dear friends, you have to make sure that in every attempt given you to come up with the research. Challenge yourselves. It's as if it is the best. It's as if it's the last book. It's as if it is you who is already a seasoned researcher writing the research for us. I said, research is what makes the world go round. And research is the only hope that we have in order to better the place we are in. It always seemed impossible to write good research. It would always seem impossible to complete your research. But I would have to tell you, just fuel yourself with dynamism, altruism, inspiration until you're done writing it. For all you know, that is the best output you ever have had written, not only for yourself, but for the world. Thank you and good afternoon. These are my references.
Thank you very much, Doc. That was superb. Grabe, parang bawal antukin. Kasi parang may mamimiss kang very important part of your presentation. And as expected po, you have given us a spectacular discussion of the writing of summary of findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Thank you very much once again, Doc, for generously sharing your expertise with us.
My
And-
pleasure, Dr. Batang.
Thank you po. And of course, we have another game. Okay, so are you ready to win? This is open to all, and we encourage, of course, our student participants on YouTube to join us in the game. We have 1 hour free research or statistical consultation or analysis or 300 peso call card for the winner. Okay, so perhaps we can please log in to menti.com and use this code. Okay, shall we start? Ilan na po ang nasa Menti? 2. Antayin po natin yung mga participants po natin sa Menti. Okay, 8 participants. Ilan po aantayin natin, Ma'am Jinky?
Kahit 20 or 25.
Okay. Okay, for our student participants, likewise with our faculty participants, you can join us in this short game lang naman po. 5 questions din po ba, Ma'am Jinky?
Yes, Doc. Yes,
Okay.
Doc.
Thank you. Okay, 15 na po ang nasa Menti. Tama ba, Ma'am? 15?
Yes po, yes.
Okay.
Even those na nasa YouTube natin can join this game.
Yes, ma'am. Yung mga nasa YouTube po, pwede pa yung sumali. That's 300 peso call card. O kaya 1 hour free consultation po sa ating mga research experts.
Or 300 pesos GCash to Ma'am Pauline.
Pwede rin pong GCash.
Si Ma'am Mila kanina ay GCash siya. Si Ma'am Gail
Okay.
kahapon ay call card ang gusto niya.
Ay,
So kung
ganun.
student ito na thesis, malamang gusto nila 1 hour research
Oo.
consultation kay Sir Julius, di ba?
Totoo.
Ng 1 hour, gawin mo until matapos yung paper, ma. One
Bongga
full.
yun, parang
ang
advice.
bongga nun. Go na.
Parang gusto nila yun. O yun daw ang pa-premium
Go na,
hanggang
go na, yun na
matapos
ang
daw
premium.
yung
From
paper.
proposal until defense and after that.
Wow.
O, saan pa kayo?
Gusto ko sumali, pero
Pwede bang faculty din?
Sure, everyone. Now my office would be it's just open for everyone. In fact, I just entertained 2 medicine students this morning while I was listening to Dr. J's presentation.
Thank you very much, Doc. Very generous talaga si Sir Julius. Okay, we have now 25. Perhaps we can start, Ma'am Jinky.
Yes po, yes.
Sige po. Okay, so let the game begin. Okay, the findings should be textual generalizations, summary of important data consisting of text and tables. Is that true or false? Okay, the answer is false. Direct, could you expand po?
Yeah, okay. You know, when you talk about the summary of findings, no, you should be already getting rid, no, of your tables, no, of your figures and all that. Because, well, apparently, this just talks of the very concise, no, things that you will have to cull from your chapter 4. In the chapter 4, it contains, no, the 3 elements. No? You'd have the presentation where you would have your graphs and your tables. No? And obviously, should you have tables, there should be figures there. No? Second part of chapter 4 would be your discussions where you show trends. No? What you see as figures, no? You have to explain that. And of course, it's not complete when you don't have the third element, which is the interpretation. What would this trend tell you? So when you proceed to the summary of findings, do not place them again. Do not be redundant. You make it the most succinct, okay, of the results so that you can have. So the answer is false.
Thank you very much po. Okay, who's the winner? 14 people got the correct answer. Okay, ang leading scorer po natin ay si Carmela Dodan. Congratulations.
Student ito, ma'am. Baka gusto nila yung hanggang matapos yung research nila na premyo, no?
Yeah.
Kaya nga, parang mostly students na nga ang sumasagot. Okay, so let's move to the next question. There should be deductions, inference, or interpretation in the summary of findings. Is that true or false? Okay, the correct answer is false. Consistent tayo sa 14. 14 people got the correct answer.
Yeah. The answer is false. No? When you talk about deductions, you cannot commit the concept of like selectively choosing which you would want to showcase in the research. Naintindihan? For example, no, you have actually this results. No? You would not say, oh, hindi ko na ilalagay yan. Naintindihan? Hindi ko na isasama yan. No? Para maging maganda yung kinalabasan ng paper ko. No? Hindi dapat ganon. Naintindihan? Sabi ko nga, all you need to do for the summary of findings is to summarize, make it very succinct as much as possible. But the way I have had placed it kanina, no, for example, ito yung objectives, no, you have to remember that the objectives should match your chapter 4. Naintindihan? O your results, no? And then again, for your results, sabi natin, tatlong areas nun. What are them? What are they? Presentation, discussion, and then interpretation. Should you still place the presentation? No. What you're going to do is to summarize your discussions and your interpretations in a very succinct way. Naintindihan? But you are not allowed, no, to become very inclusive. No? You cannot deduce, you cannot omit. Naintindihan? Okay? Naintindihan? Okay. Do you understand? Okay. Parang ganun lang siya. The answer is false.
Okay, thank you very much po. Now, let's check kung sino po yung mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, so obviously, si Carmela pa din po ang leading scorer natin, followed by the Hustler and third, Menti. Congratulations. Now, let's proceed to the next question. This is now the third question. Conclusion should not contain any numerals. Is that true or false? Ma'am Jinky, nawala yung music.
Na-feel ko parang yung muse.
Yan. The correct answer is true and there are 18. Okay, who got the correct answer? Yes po, Direk.
Yes, the answer is true. No, the conclusion should not really contain numerals already. As I've told you, important for the conclusions is just answer. Naintindihan the title, except, so there is an exemption. When the title talks of prevalence, obviously naman, pag prevalence, it is expressed in percentage. Naintindihan? Obviously, it's expressed in percentage. So that is the only time when you're talking about, the values or the numerals in the conclusions. But apparently, most of cases, if not that it is talking about prevalence or incidence, no numerals really. Okay? The answer is true. Thank you.
Thank you po. Diba? Consistent yung top 3 natin. Carmela Dodan, The Hustler, and Menti. Okay, for our fourth question. Conclusions should be worded as if they are 100% true and correct. True or false? Wow, dumadami ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. 24 got the correct answer. It's true.
Yeah, absolutely it is true because, well, of course, as I've told you, conclusions are based on your findings, in which case you really would have to relay it as if that it is actually absolute. Absolute. Thank you.
Thank you po. Mukhang meron tayong bagong... Ayun, meron nga. So we have Menti and then Lay Caliban, tapos pangatlo na lang si Carmela Dodan. And now let's have the last question. Question number 5. What can be written in the recommendation? Okay. The limitation, extension, call for action, or all options are correct. The correct answer, all options are correct. 18 got the correct answer.
I agree. All options are actually correct on the very issue that the recommendations will be the basis no, already for our research utilization. And of course, no, as I've told you, the recommendation is based on number one, your conclusion, number two, your scope and delimitation. And under your scope and delimitations, you talk about limitations in terms of the technology that you use. You have also limitations in terms of the financial constraints, no? Limitations in the scope, no? Limitations in terms of individuals who would get to assist you, and of course, you'd have also what's this? The duration of the study, and of course, the questionnaire that you're going to use. There are really limitations as to that. Okay, so all options are correct.
Thank you very much po, Direk. Now let's check kung sino ang nanalo, who's the winner. Ayun, our winner is Menti. Hindi niya totoong pangalan. Itago natin sa pangalang Menti. Congratulations.
Ma'am Pauline and Ma'am Jinky, for those 10 individuals who are in the board, no, they can be given the chance na lang. Walang problema.
Ay, wow, congratulations. Thank you so much po. So yung 10 daw nakasama po dun sa screen kanina, sa top 10 po natin sa ating game. Pwede po ninyong i-approach si Dr. Julius Capili para sa inyong consultation. From proposal up to the end na yun. Bongga.
Ang bongga.
Including
Kaya
running
nga.
of statistics, isama mo na
Oo.
para
O,
matuwa.
lahat na.
Sir, dapat lagi
Lahat
ka
na.
magpa-premyo ng ganyan. Sasali kami.
Including
Pa-webinar
running
ulit,
ng
Ma'am
statistics.
Jinky.
Yes. Kung sino man yung mga may code names na andon, you can type sa chat box nitong Zoom natin or sa YouTube. Ayun, si Romel Balahibo daw. Siya si Menti. O, siya yung
Wow.
buong buo.
Congratulations.
The
Malamang, ma'am, malamang ang kukunin niya yung 300 kasi free naman na yung consultation niya eh, di ba? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and let us
Doble.
know kung ano yung gusto mong i-claim pala. Oo nga pala.
Correct. Free ng consultation mo, anak, but you have to claim either 300 GCash or the 300 load. Okay?
Okay. So dalawa ang premyo, Ma'am
Okay,
Jinky.
dalawa. Free na ni
Oo.
Doc yung buong consultation.
Yes.
Mas bongga pala tong last lecture natin. Plus,
Oo nga.
either 200 call card or 300 GCash. Okay.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much once again sa lahat po na nag-participate sa ating game. And thank you also, Dr. Julius. Before we award the certificate, of course, may we give our participants time to ask. You may type your questions sa ating chat box, also in the comment section sa ating YouTube. And earlier, meron na pong nakapag-send na 2 questions. I will read the first 2 questions po muna. The first question was, can the summary of findings, conclusions, and recommendations be enumerated daw po?
In the summary of okay, it depends on the style of the institution where we are. No, in fact, in the different schools where I was invited to be a panel or to grace their event for in-house reviews, I saw some which actually are enumerative. Others are not actually enumerative. But in the case of Cagayan City University, because we're trying to address specificity between the objectives or the problem with that of our findings of the study, we tend to avoid our summary of findings to be enumerative. So in the case of Cagayan City University, the only part of the research which is enumerative happens to be the recommendation.
Thank you very much po, Dean. Direct po, sorry. Next question, how is the summary, conclusions, and recommendations different for quantitative and qualitative researches daw po?
Okay, so it's one good thing that you have asked that. No, of course, when you write the qualitative from that of quantitative research, the process really no, is common, but the attack is actually different. Okay, so for example, in qualitative researches, it's more of like narratives, correct? Narratives. So Dr. J was telling a while back about the themes, correct? And from the themes, there are sub-themes. Now, if I'm going to write no, the summary of the qualitative researches, I'd rather focus on the themes. In fact, I will have to cluster themes as to these are the common themes and these are the dissimilar themes or the not common themes. Okay, you cannot afford to have all of those you have wrought, okay, in the chapter 4, distill those that you will be seeing exactly no, in your summary of findings. So you cluster out. Kaya maganda yung sinasabi niya kanina, there are supposed to be tables no, okay, for your thematic analysis. He was also telling you of manual analysis, or there is a software that we make use like NVivo, so to speak. Okay, but the thing is, as I've told you, if for qualitative researches, if I am to write, my style is I will have to dwell on the themes, but clustering the themes as what are the similar themes and which are the uncommon themes. Now, for it's easier to write actually quantitative no, okay, researches. It's easier to write quantitative researches because as to how you write it, you are just to be guided on the objectives. For each objective, this no, is in fact the very succinct no, okay, summary of findings.
Thank you very much, Direk. Wala na pong mga questions na na-send. So I'll just allow me to read comments po sa ating chat. Thank you, Dr. Julius from Ma'am Anchua. Thanks so much, Dr. Julius. Thanks, class, for accommodating us. God bless po from Sir Arvin Alonzo.
Thank you, Sir Arvin.
And thank you po, Dr. Julius from Dean Revita.
Ay, anak,
okay.
Dean.
So, again, may we hear a word from our participants perhaps for the insight, giving of insights. We actually selected one student and one faculty member. So perhaps we start with the faculty member from Sir Erwin Rimban, but it will be read by Ma'am Chen.
Ayan, good afternoon, Dean Julius. Thank you, Direct Julius, thank you for your time. Ayan, I will
Ma'am
be reading
Dorina will
the insight
understand.
of...
Ma'am Dorina will have to understand.
Sorry, Ma'am,
Ano ba naman, 9 years ba naman?
Nasanay po.
Don't worry, the Dean is
Okay
Dean
lang,
Dorina.
sir. Okay lang, Sir Julius. No problem.
Ako po si Dean Di Gallardo. Dean Di Gallardo.
Nag-a-adjust pa po kami. Sorry, Ma'am Dong. Ayan. So I'll be reading the insight of Sir Erwin. So according to him, the presentation of Dr. Julius Capilli was excellent. We are indeed indebted to him for the research leadership in our campus. May each webinar inspire more of the Andrews members to cross-disciplinary domains and engage only two officially recognized research universities in the country. The University of the Philippines, this elite group in the future. Thank you for this webinar.
Thank you, Sir Erwin, and thank you, Ma'am Chen.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Chen. Now may we have Dean Revita.
Yeah,
Hello
Dean.
po.
There's another Dean in the college, Dean Dorina and Dean Revita.
Hello po, Doc Ju. Good afternoon po.
Hi, good afternoon, Dean.
So from my insights regarding Doc Ju's topic earlier is that one of them is what he said earlier, is that a good researcher must also be a good storyteller. For you to be able to engage your readers, your summary must be short and precise and should tell your readers how they can utilize your research results in the best possible that is also beneficial to them. This is true to all researchers out there. Everyone who have the same interests could actually benefit from this advice. Another is that when Doc Julius have said that we shouldn't be afraid of the results. It's because the results are there to show us whether we could actually continue with it or not, or we could actually revise something. So that's a good advice, and I also agree to this very well. And and one thing that Doc Julius have also said is that we should have focused on the status quo, as there are still emerging problems that are still present. When Doc Julius said that we shouldn't have focused on the COVID-19, even though it is really emergent and it's really important, there are still other problems that we should have and still haven't given solutions completely. And lastly, when Doc just said that believe that you are a qualified worker and they trust us to provide the truth regarding giving results in regards to our research. So those are the insights that I've learned, and I really take them to heart. Thank you po.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you very much, Dean. Siya yung Dean na hindi pa graduate pero Dean na kaagad. Okay. All right. So we actually have comments pa po sa chat. Dean, direct from Dean Dorina. Thank you so much, Sir Julius, for once again sharing your expertise with us. Also from Ma'am Jocelyn Diesta. Thank you so much,
Always.
Director Julius, and to the organizers and facilitators. Okay. Thank you very much po. Now, perhaps may I request Ma'am Lara to share the certificate. So allow me to read the content of the certificate. Republic of the Philippines, Cagayan State University, College of Allied Health Sciences, Andros Campus, Tuguegarao City, Cagayan. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Julius T. Capili, PhD, in grateful acknowledgement for contributing his knowledge and skills as resource speaker during the webinar entitled Training Workshop on the Journey of Health Research Survey Data to Analysis Series 2, from presentation to data recommendations on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 21st day of October 2021. Signed, Ma'am Jinky Mariti Chua, Dean Dorina D. Sabatin, and Dr. Teresa B. Di Malanta. Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you po very much, Direct po pala. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, all right. So to close this webinar series, may we give the virtual stage to the brain of this momentous event. Yes, this activity was brought to life by the ever-active, dynamic, and we call her the goddess of research in the College of Allied Health Sciences, the ever-beautiful Professor Jinky P. Chua.
Inagaw ko na ba yung corona ni Direk sa goddess ng research college? Kasi lumabas na siya sa college, di ba?
Oo. University na siya.
Thank you, Ma'am Pauline, for that generous introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. This training workshop is actually directed by the campus for us, our research coordinators, to conduct a research webinar that aims to equip our faculty members and students, and actually re-equip the faculty members with the knowledge of conducting research, specifically health research, and hearing and learning from speakers and of course the participants' questions also has educated me and all of us here for sure on how the technical know-how in presenting, discussing, and conducting research. I would like to express my appreciation to the speakers for their valuable time and lectures in our research training workshop. To Ma'am Lars Barsabal, who has been our speaker since Series 1 last August. We are always grateful for your time and passion to share your knowledge with us. To Doc Joy Lorica, who is very approachable and willing to share her expertise on writing quantitative results. To Doc J. Asuncion, who is hesitant at first to give a talk to us. You deconstructed us in terms of qualitative research. And of course, to my mentor, Director for Research, Dr. Julius Capili, who is very deserving of the National Best Mentor Award. Thank you for your talk. As always, it will give birth to many researchers and researches. We learned a lot, even I as a researcher, learned so much from these 2 days event, and my deepest gratitude to all who attended, the faculty and students from the CAS, CBEA, CTED, and CHIM. Special thanks to our Dean, Dorina Sabatin, for the push and endless support. And of course, I didn't do it alone. Special thanks to the CAS Research Committee who organized and helped to make this training such a successful event. I am certain that the takeaways from this training workshop will further deepen our thinking and stimulate us to do and join research works. We all know by now that doing research benefits us as an individual, as an institution, but most of all, it makes a difference in the world. Pang worldwide tayo. For global peace. Ganon. So let us normalize doing research. Let us develop a research culture in our university. Thank you all once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Jinky. And to our dear participants, thank you once again for joining us for the 2-day webinar training workshop. Okay, so please do not leave yet because we will be having our photo op. And also the evaluation link, is it already posted po? Okay, so the evaluation link, do not forget to give your evaluations to our speakers. Yung 4 na speakers po ba i-evaluate ngayong araw na ito?
Yung dalawa lang.
Yung dalawa lang. Okay, yung dalawa po. For you to receive your certificate for today's session. Okay, so photo op na po ba? Yes, so please turn your cameras on for our photo opportunity. Sir Arvin, natatakot kami sa picture mo kanina. Hindi ka gumagalaw.
So, Arvin, kung alam kong video yun, kanina, nakakaloka.
Yun? Gusto ko yun. Nakapalagay ako na ganyan sa likod.
Oo nga, parang akala mo naka-open cam siya, pero hindi.
Akala mo naka-focus na nakikinig kay Sir Arvin kanina. Alam, hindi siya gumagalaw.
Sige po, ma'am, sir, open po natin yung mga cameras natin and let's smile po. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Isa pa po. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you po.
Ma'am Ann,
thank you so much.
Thank you po sa lahat. Okay, so once again, thank you very much. And this has been your host, Pauline Grace Casil Batang, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon,
Ma'am,
everyone.
Thank you, Direct Julius. Thank you po, Dr. J.
Thank you.